Hello and welcome to episode 5 of the Crescent Shroud. Can't believe it's been this long.
Is it really?
This is episode 5.
Okay.
So long.
Mm-hmm. The Halloween special was episode 4.
Ah.
You guys spent 3 episodes just in the mine.
Oh, okay.
Or rather, 1 episode not even in the mine yet. Just
One
getting to
episode
it.
getting there.
Mm-hmm.
I just say that most of this has been very unpleasant. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I had a good time.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, you had a long nap last time. Calm down.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get to that.
Yeah.
So, we are missing Riri this session. She says that she'll be a little late and will be joining us later. I don't think Ponemancer will be joining us tonight. You never know. He might be a special guest towards the end. Why don't we introduce ourselves for those that may not know? Pope, you first.
Yes, I am Michael. Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or whatever you want to call me. I run silly games with silly people, sometimes just super absurd games, sometimes really awesome games over at twitch.tv/C plus content. And we have a bunch of stuff coming up. But I'm more concerned about all the threats that Duck has been low-key aiming our direction, like, you're all gonna die this time. So, yeah, that's my spiel.
Drak or Pat. Anything you want to shout out?
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, Pat.
I got nothing today.
Okay. Just checking. Never know. Some week you might figure out, something to shout
Figure
out.
out life, yeah.
Well, no. I mean, like,
I will.
maybe you could mix it up. Like next week, you get a sponsorship from like Burger King or something, or like it could be.
Everyone check out Raid Shadow Legends.
Exactly. It could be like ad space. Think about it.
Open an Etsy store and hawk it on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you.
Adelle or Waffles.
That's me. I'm Waffles. I play Adelle. I stream once in a while over at insertwafflez. We stream variety, and it's really chill and fun unless I'm yelling. But most of the time, I am at the hospital where I work full time as a COVID nurse. And it's a good time. So I hope you all are healthy.
Cool. And good for you. Thank you for your work.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good time, but also not a good time.
Timidly, I was hanging out in your stream just a couple hours ago. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm Kanisha. Hello. You can call me Timid or Timidly Witchy, whatever. It's fine. And yeah, I'm an artist and a witch, and I do readings over at my Twitch channel and on my Twitter and wherever you find me and stuff. Yes, that is me. Hello, bye.
And I've just shouted out in chat Riri, who will be joining us later. Okay. Last episode.
Also, I am a normal human.
Oh yeah, obviously. As are we all.
Forget.
Last episode was kind of it was the Halloween special, so it got a little spooky. Does anyone want to? Oh, well, you know what? This time there's not going to be a recap like that. I'm gonna flavor it from Adelle's perspective. How's that? So like get her up to speed.
Great.
So and everyone else remembers what happened. Last session, you left the copper mine and started to head back to Ancria, the capital and the largest city in all human civilization. You should have exited the Crescent within 2 days' travel. You did not. You followed
Oh.
the muddy mountain path for 4 days in an oppressive fog. Once the party realized what was going on, that you were seemingly looping a section of terrain, you decided to split the party and test your hypothesis.
Ooh.
No, it was a good choice.
Adelle, you and Yuri and Marcelius watched as Poe, Elena, Drak, and Astra turned around, traced your steps back to the mine, and disappeared into the thick fog. You waited and waited. The fog steadily grew thicker and thicker. What was once 30-foot visibility is now barely 5 feet. There's no sign of your friends. The mid-morning sunlight is slowly getting choked as darkness begins to fall. What do you two do? Like, Marcelius is still silent and vacant. You've tried to communicate with him over the past 4 days, but to no avail.
It's so it's real foggy.
Mm.
It's real dark.
And it's getting worse. And you and the rest of the party realized that you should have been out of the mountains long ago, but you weren't. And then you started to realize you were passing the same section of terrain over and over, and it started to accelerate the time passage.
Love that.
Yeah. And then when they split the party, you have not seen them since. It has been a couple hours. You're just standing there. They said they'd be right back.
That's great. I love that
What
for
do you do?
us. Do I assume I still have my light spell? Like I've just been maintaining a light spell.
Yep.
Um,
Also, Poe, Elena, Drak, can you remind me, did you leave the torch before or after you split the party?
After.
After,
I
okay.
Yeah, it was after.
I think it was after.
Yeah.
so we're supposed to be waiting for them to like loop around back to us, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But they haven't looped around back.
Correct.
I'd probably start calling out to them. Maybe they just wandered a little bit too far off of the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Like
You yell out. The fog has kind of deadened all sound. There's no bird song, there's no sound of wind rustling through the trees. It is silent, oppressively so. And your voice hangs limp in the air. It doesn't carry very far.
great. I love that. I'm thoroughly creeped out. Does Yuri say anything? Or is he
Yuri,
just being stoic and muscly?
he's been worried about Marcelius. He's been kind of focused on him the entire ways back, and he did not really notice that, like, it's been 4 days. Like, he kind of realized it when the rest of the party did.
Okay.
He hasn't been able to communicate with Marcelius at all. Marcelius is able to walk. He eats. He sleeps. He breathes, but he can't communicate or doesn't want to, or forgot how, or whatever. He's vacant is the best way to put it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Yuri is kind of more concerned about that at the moment.
Okay. Well, I'm this point I'm properly freaked out. I probably mutter a prayer for my companion's safety because as much as I was forced to walk around with them. I've grown to like them, so I suppose I should make sure that they're okay.
Mhm.
I'd probably hmm. Is there like anything on the ground around me? Like, if could I like find a stick and like set it on fire as a marker, or
Yeah, sure. You find a a damp stick because it was raining like a few days ago, but it hasn't dried out since. Um, and you light one end of it, and you like stick it into the ground, so it's there and it's burning. You magically dry it out so it catches flame.
okay. I don't know. Like, I know we're supposed to sit here and wait, but like it's been a really long time. Yuri, do you want to retrace our steps as well and see if we can join back up with them?
If that's what you think is right, sure,
We're not doing much by sitting here.
agreed. Maybe something happened to them.
I hope not.
So you
So,
you turn around and go back, or do you continue forward?
well, they went back, right?
Right, but
So
you yeah,
I would follow them because we haven't tried going back before, right? We've only been pressing forward.
correct. And then when they went
So,
backwards, you have not seen them since.
right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to follow them. I'm going to head backwards because maybe they broke out of the loop
Okay.
and they can't get back to us.
Okay. Uh, you head backwards, and it takes you about an hour of walking before you encounter a stick stabbed into the ground. It seems to have been on fire, but it has since been extinguished.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot of ways to keep a stick alight. It's not like a torch or anything.
Yeah.
So,
No. That makes sense.
but yeah, it seems to have been burning and then like burned itself to like cinder at the end.
Okay. Well, looks like we're still looping, Yuri.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Sorry.
Maybe if we keep going, maybe
Should I
maybe
keep
they crossed here or something. I don't know.
hmm. So you say keep going?
I think so.
Okay. So then we head forward.
Sure.
Because backwards didn't work.
Yeah. So you head forward. 30 minutes later, you cross that stick again, just like you left it.
I'm gonna kick the stick and say some unpleasant words. Um at this point I'm probably freaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in a bit of a panic. Definitely like every other like word under my breath is like, oh God, please. Oh no. Like please fix this. Please
Mm-hmm.
help me.
Yep.
um just like panic.
But we gotta outrun this. Yuri says
We gotta run this.
it took an hour to get back, and now it only took 30 minutes. Whatever it is, it's closing in. We gotta go.
Okay. Um yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I'll cast Sacred Flame in front of us as I run.
So like, I'll just say you're like flavoring it. Like it's a cantrip, so it's not like you're
Yeah.
spending a spell slot or anything.
No, I'm just like blindly in front of me, like if anything's in my way, it's gonna hit,
Yeah.
and I'm just hoping it's not a friend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, if it's a friend, I will heal you, and I will apologize profusely and buy you dinner.
Okay. So you, Yuri, you and Yuri break into a sprint and dragging Marcellius behind you. He runs too, but it, took a little bit of dragging.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take you very long before you cross that stick that you kicked again.
Okay.
You're running. It takes you maybe 7 minutes. And you keep running. And it takes you maybe 3 minutes. And you're running again. And it comes to a point where you see a shadow in front of you. Do you attack it?
Right.
You
What
said you
like
were.
can
You said you
yeah,
were
is
going
it
to.
yeah, I'm going to, I guess.
Okay. Roll to attack.
Um oh it they need to
Oh, it's a saving throw thing?
it's a saving throw thing.
Okay. Can't make that up. Natural 1.
Okay. They take 1d8 radiant. So
Okay. You roll that.
they get 1 damage.
Okay. From behind you, you see a flash,
Uh-huh.
and Marcellius doubles over.
Oh, great. Um there's like a flash.
Yuri turns around and, like, you know what? I gotta. Okay,
Oh
yep,
no.
that fits with his what he does. Yeah, he charges in the opposite direction, thinking there's a threat. But he does not loop
And why?
around.
Oh, so I don't know where he is anymore. Great. And
Nope.
is Marcelius still next to me? Like
He's
doubled
on the
over?
ground. He's like keeled over on the ground. He's
And the
conscious,
shadow's
but
still in front of me?
yeah.
Okay.
But
I'm
yeah,
gonna put
Yuri turned around. Like, if you turn around, you see a shadow behind you. And Yuri
oh great.
charged at that shadow
Okay.
and disappeared.
I'm gonna stand over Marcelius, just like trying to protect him since
Mhm.
he's obviously not protecting himself. Um, I'm gonna let Sacred Flame like crackle itself in my left and Eldritch Blast crackle itself in my right. And be like, who are you? Like, what's going on? Why are you here? Um,
Mhm.
like, show yourselves so we
Your
can have a conversation.
your voice, even more than earlier, falls on deaf ears. It's like you're speaking directly into a wall. The fog becomes thick, extremely so. The shadows don't the shadows don't resolve. They become one with the shadow that the fog is causing by blocking out the mid-morning sun. It's dark now. Shadow is all around you.
Great. Um,
It's getting darker. You look down, you don't see Marcellius anymore.
oh, yikers. Did I like feel him disappear
No,
or like he's just gone?
he's just gone.
Okay. At this point I'm definitely just like this is weird. This isn't something normal. Um and I think I'm so freaked out that I'm probably like dropped down like in a like crouched down like with my hands over my head and
Mhm.
like just like
It's beginning to be
Oh
difficult to
Lord,
breathe.
like, help me, like, I don't know what's going on, like,
Mhm. It's starting to be difficult to breathe. There's a pressure around your chest, like you're being constricted. It's not pleasant.
okay.
And it turns pitch black.
Great.
Right about now, the rest of the party is throwing their dolls into a pyre made of blue flame with the benevolent entity, Callie, spinning her wheel, creating sparks, trying to drive the fog back. The fog creates two figures as Astra kind of ruins the ritual by trying to help.
After being warned not to.
After being warned not to. You saw like a third figure start to form and quickly recede. Adelle, you see a very distant mote of light. You're able to walk. It's just difficult to breathe. Nothing's physically restraining you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna like sprint towards the light.
Okay. Okay. You have no sense of what the ground is anymore. You don't hear your footsteps. You just feel, you will yourself to move. You believe that you're putting one foot in front of the other, but you still can't see anything other than this mote of light.
Is it getting closer?
It's slowly getting closer.
Yeah,
Back with the other party. They have tried to sacrifice things. Astra just cut off her dreadlocks. Poe is just throwing his precious flute into the fire. That light you're seeing grows. The restrictive nature of this shadow and fog lessens. You're able to break free into the white light and promptly pass unconscious. The rest of you, you saw Adelle and Drak corporealize from the fog, crumple to the ground, unconscious.
Yuri, not Drak.
Oh, sorry, Yuri, not Drak. Not Marcellius. Marcellius is nowhere to be found. Astra says something. I forget which. Something to the effect of like, "Oh, it was fun. It doesn't matter." To Callie, who promptly shows her true nature as some sort of divinity, eyes glowing green, and banishing all of you from her realm. You return to the mountain path. Stick or torch, your choice, stuck into the ground. And that's where we're going to start today's session. The recap is over.
Yes.
Adelle,
Or
you regain consciousness. You are sitting on the mountain path. Your friends are around you. Yuri is also unconscious. Marcellius is nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
Sorry for the wait, everyone else, but I thought that was a good, both good recap and a spotlight.
I definitely like enjoy sucking air into my lungs and like feeling like I'm able to breathe. And then I'm gonna jump up and like hug everybody. Just like almost crying, being like, I thought I was never gonna see y'all again. Like I'm so happy, like think the Tempest, like y'all are okay.
You could thank us, Don't thank Astra. Just don't. Um,
Like thank you. Like what happened in there?
You were eaten by an evil, very, very ancient spirit or god or something. And we almost brought you back, and then someone decided not to take it very seriously, and things went very, very wrong. But eventually, we were able to get 2 of the 3 of you back.
So Marcellus is still in there?
Oh, well. One hopes
yeah. We may not have gotten him back anyways because Astra, she, you know what? I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I'm sitting next to a small grave
Mm-hmm.
on the side of the road.
Yep.
Just kind of making little daisy chains absent-mindedly.
Oh, I didn't realize you were so attached to Marcellus. You made him a grave.
No, I'm just I'm hanging out with Sam.
Yeah. It
Sam.
says I forget the exact words, but effectively like yeah, here lies Sam or whatever loving daughter or whatever.
Yeah.
There's something like
Memory.
that. But
Yeah.
in loving memory of Sam.
Yeah.
Who's Sam, Poe?
Oh, she's the one that saved us and then took us to her mother, who was a goddess of some sort. Or something very similar.
Um, will one of you 3 describe what you remember about Callie?
Well, she was a lovely woman. Tall, pretty, I believe long, dark hair. Who appeared to have been tasked or have taken on the role of protector, particularly against this malevolence that was this fog. But it seems that either her power was waning or its power was growing because I believe it took more and more for her to hold it at bay. She felt quite guilty for the difficulties that we found ourselves in being trapped in this fog/entity, but asked us to help, and we did. And then we did the opposite of helping, and then we helped again.
Seems like you guys went through a lot too.
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. I feel like things are just going downhill from here, really.
Well,
Or maybe
literally.
they can only go uphill.
Well,
Not literally.
If you say so.
I the more I think about it, the more I think that I was a bit rash.
You were a bit rash.
Really?
Yes.
They have good cream for that.
No. Thanks, Yuri. Shut up and grieve for your friend. No, I had a little conversation with the fog monster and was maybe a little bit put out at the moment and didn't quite consider my words. So we'll see. It probably won't all come to tears.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shut up, Yuri.
So Yuri speaks up. So what happened to Marcellus? You didn't bring him back? What happened?
Well, see, the tentacle fog thing, it needed well, it took Sam, who was, a ghost or whatever, and so we could only bring 3 back. So Adele, Yuri, and Sam,
Yes.
because Callie wasn't gonna not have her daughter.
Hmm.
To be clear, not our choice. I don't think we
Okay.
Yeah, not our
understood.
choice.
We simply
Okay.
tried as hard as we could and sacrificed significantly. And it was the best we could do.
Oh, that's shitty.
Yes. Agreed on all fronts.
It was. Adele, did you see the same thing I saw? It was just dark and oppressive, and difficult to breathe.
Breathe.
Yeah,
It was
I mean,
terrible.
means he's still in that place.
I
He's got to be.
shudder.
If we came back and he didn't,
Do you think you don't think we could figure out a way to get him back?
Absolutely not.
I mean, Poe just said that it took a god or something to bring us back. We don't
And
have.
we were banished.
And you were banished. Great.
Yes. We were in her holy, or I should say hallowed, land. But because some of us can't keep our mouths shut,
Well,
she quite appropriately banished us.
well, wherever he is, he's probably alive. We may not be able to get him back now, but maybe someday.
It's
I don't know.
possible. When we brought you back, you were reformed out of the mist itself.
Hmm.
So it's conceivable that some part of him, I don't know if lives is the right word, but exists on
And
the creature, the name of which I know.
the name of which you know in Celestial. You don't know the common name
I
for
know
it.
the pronunciation. I will say that because I know there are people who might understand what it means.
Mm-hmm.
This creature called whatever
Okay.
was interested in tribute. I think it seemed to want sacrifice. It took the 3 of you, and in order to get you back, we had to make suitable substitutions. We did, and then we had to do it again.
Yeah.
Why? If he says, does he say the name? Can I understand it since I speak Celestial?
You speak Celestial, so you recognize that it means the fathomless. Which that like it's an older, like, you know how Latin has like New Latin and like Ancient Latin. It's the equivalent to Ancient Celestial. That's why it didn't translate like properly with the rest of the sentence that he knew. But yeah, it effectively means the fathomless.
Have I heard about the Fathomless like before?
Probably. Roll religion with advantage.
18.
That's enough. You recognize the fathomless as an epithet for Duhazina. The and it tracks with what you know of what you felt of the mist and the constriction. It is the serpent of the abyss.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Love
And
that.
enemy to the Dominion.
Oh, wait, so I say, oh, that's
It's a bad guy.
the Fathomless. That's the Serpent of the Abyss. Are you sure that's who you? Are you sure?
Quite.
Oh my. Oh my, this is bad.
Well,
Oh.
yes.
But the fog has receded entirely. It's now just a damp mid-morning day in the mountains.
Yes. And it was not freed.
We can only thank. What's her name? Carrot.
Callie?
Callie.
Callie. We can only thank Callie.
Hold on. Adelle,
Yes,
you
that's me.
remember which stained glass window you prayed to before you left on your on this expedition?
Oh gosh.
There were 7 of them.
Yeah. I didn't write it down. Was it? Where are my notes? Like, I want to say it was like a road or a mountain or something.
There was a stained glass window depicting mountains, and I think a landscape.
Okay.
Uh, that was, and you know this. You were in the chantry.
Mhm.
You know that the name of the god of the world is Galiach or Gaiach, depending.
Okay.
Close to Cali.
Yeah, that is close to Kelly. Oh.
And her husband was named Wold, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
And you also recognize that name just plainly as the god of
yeah.
storms. Also in the Tempest.
So yeah, so they're both in the Tempest.
Yep.
And she was
Also,
quite pleasant.
also because you were in the religious order,
Mhm.
you also know that Wool, the god of storms and winter, is also the intermediary between the Tempest and the Radiant.
Oh.
There's kind of a bleed over between them. Each dominion has an intermediary with another. Wool is that intermediary.
Okay.
It's a complex just web of religious stuff, but
I know I need
this
like
is stuff you
a
know.
flow sheet.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are some important gods that you ran into.
Well, she seemed nice.
While Poe and Adele are talking about the fathomless and these evil entities, Drax just kind of off to the side, gripping the hilt of his sword tighter and tighter, just kind of staring off on the horizon, but not really saying anything.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else to add, or should we call this scene an
Um,
end and continue on?
I think
Because I'm
I
really
just
enjoying this intercharacter dialogue.
I
It's really
think
cool.
I think I do have a little bit more. I put my hand on Poe's I put my hand on Poe's arm and I say, Poe, you said you sacrificed things. What did it take from you?
Oh, well, joy.
Like the ability to feel joy?
No, but the representation of it. Innocence.
Hmm.
Belonging. But that's fine.
So it wasn't something physical.
Oh no, it was. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I think most of us performed quite well. Drak was very, very brave.
Oh, and I just received word that Astra will not be joining us tonight. Whatever something came up, so.
So she's off.
Yeah.
Off screen.
Mm-hmm.
Probably wisely so.
She is
Well,
suspiciously silent.
Yes.
Probably taking these words to heart, or she's talking to her ghost friend. One of the two.
Possibly. I mean, one needn't worry. My capacity for forgiveness is extraordinary.
Mine is absolutely not.
Well, complete lack of ability to forgive and forget is extraordinary. Just saying. Anyway, but we have other things to think about, like getting out of these damn mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would like somewhere warm.
Yeah.
Yes. We have bounties to collect. We have the disposition of a mine to resolve. And one of our friends has some grieving to do, and perhaps learning a bit more about whatever's going on in that hallowed valley. Didn't seem particularly stable and safe. The sort of thing that you don't really want going on just a few days away from you. So now that we know about it and are at least somewhat involved, couldn't hurt to know a bit more about it.
So, okay, just to clarify, like, is this area of Cali's, like, is it a physical place or is it like on a
Yes.
different realm?
You don't
No,
really know, but it seemed like a physical place.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it
By
also
description,
seemed
no.
like she was able to like banish you from it, and you're back to where you started before you started looping through time and space. So like,
Yeah.
it's difficult
Okay.
to tell, but
Yeah.
it
I'll
felt
simply say
physical.
that-
It seemed like it was just in the mountains here somewhere.
My guess is that
Okay.
it's a physical place, but also hallowed, which means we probably couldn't just wander into it without her invitation or
For permission.
forbearance.
Or without Sam's help.
Potentially. Although, I think we only came across her because she got lost in the fog too, as this creature attempted to take this fathomless attempted to take back what had been stolen from it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
When
It's
we get
all
back,
very metaphysical, I'm sure.
Very.
Yeah.
when we get back, I'm gonna have to talk to the elders about this.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting back, can we please go? Because I'm so done with this.
Speaking
That's
of,
4 days that we
We should be near it in.
traveling now.
well, speaking of, you spent 4 days in the fog. I've marked down all of your rations already, but Elena, you're dangerously low on food. Like, even with your reduced food intake, you've got about half a day left. And you might have to borrow some from other party members. Or suffer exhaustion, which is not something you really want to travel with.
Well,
Yeah.
my appetite is shot. You can have some fine.
Thanks, Poe.
Also, now that the fog is gone, you look around and take stock of your surroundings. It's, mid to late morning. You recognize some of the surrounding terrain from when you went to the mine. You think you have about a half day before you exit the mountains and get back on the main road. So, like, if you push on through a little bit of darkness tonight, you're able to get to an inn.
Okay, because there's
Let's do
that inn a little bit further up the road.
Yes.
They're basically at the T intersection between this off-road and the main road. There is an inn half day's travel in either direction.
Yes. And we want to go to the one that's
so we
closer
can
to town.
go to the one
Yeah.
closer to town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's put a little spring in our step, and luckily we can sleep in a comfortable bed tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit. Once you're back on the main road, with the mountains behind you and civilization ahead, you finally begin to relax a little. You pass farmers tending their fields, pastures, and shepherds tending their flocks. The enormity of last week's events start to sink in. You encountered things these people couldn't or wouldn't want to understand. It's changed you, and even if you wanted to go back to your lives before all this, you're sure this new knowledge of the bigger and deeper world would make life complicated. How do you all feel about that? About taking your first actual steps?
It's definitely very overwhelming for me, at least, because I mean, I've never really been outside the temple except for like trips to other temples or to the market. And so I went from a very small, like cloistered world to all of these things. But at the same time, it's almost like a confirmation of like, oh well, we hear like all these stories and like of the fathomless and stuff, and now it's here, it's happening, it's a danger, and I think it makes me wonder if that's what Ramio was talking about with he's trying to protect us.
Did a fantastic job. Well, you know, the world is full of dangerous people and creatures that will eat you alive if you don't stay on your toes. That hasn't changed. I mean, I
Full
think
stop? Okay. Drak.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas? Any thoughts?
Drak, we found out there's more. Well, he's found out there's more terrifying things out there, but at the same time, things are starting to strangely make sense, and he doesn't know why. Like, he's still lost, but something is starting to click, but he just hasn't quite grabbed it yet.
And Elena.
It's weird. Elena has never had to deal with trying to trust people because she pretty much always works alone. And now she's got people around her who, on one hand, annoy her and that she absolutely does not trust, and on the other hand, who she feels like she can actually start to open up to, as well as hearing these different stories about their parents. Um, with her situation, it just makes her question things a bit more. And yeah, she's just seeing her life from a different perspective right now, and she doesn't really know exactly what to make of all of it.
Very cool.
In a quiet moment before we hit the end.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Will find a moment where it wouldn't be embarrassing or obvious to check in with Drak and just say, well, I'm sure that's not what you were expecting. Are you all right? You seem even more introspective than normal.
I don't know how to say it. I've been on a path that I thought I was supposed to be on, but I just feel like I've never lived up to it. But these experiences that we've had these past, 4 or 5 days, it's almost putting me on a new path. And I'm not sure what it means yet.
Well, the only path that's certain is the one that you can see in hindsight. Everything else is supposition and illusion, I find.
Speaking of hindsight, what you did back there, that was admirable. And I want you to have this. This is my father's flute. Um, he was the greatest man I've ever known, and I don't feel like I live up to this, and I want you to have it instead.
I think Poe freezes for a moment. And like you almost see a quip start to form. But instead, he takes it, looks at you kind of sidelong for a moment. Thank you. And may I say you were quite brave yourself.
I appreciate that.
Oh, I thought I had a feeling there for a moment, but I didn't. Thank goodness. Let's keep walking.
Move along.
Okay, so
But maybe there's a bit of a smile on Poe's face as he moves along.
so we're gonna cut there. We're gonna skip the whole tavern scene. Actually, no, I take that back. We're gonna fast forward a little bit. You're already in the tavern. You've paid for rooms, accommodation, boring stuff you don't want to actually focus on. And you drift off to sleep, safe in a bed. Oh. You have a dream that night. You see a tiefling with long horns, like an ibex, a recognizable face, one that, you met just a couple days ago. It's Marcelius. He's very casual, speaks to you, says, "Hey." Also, what was the name you said? Your real name?
Oh, Poesy.
Poesy. He says, "So, Poesy. Nice to meet you." He spins a flute in his fingers. You recognize the flute. Says, "I'll be keeping my eye on you."
I will say same here, and then I will repeat the name that means fathomless.
Mm-hmm. He winks, and you wake up in a cold sweat.
Great. And then I will say, still not the scariest thing I've ever met.
You don't get any response. It's just, yeah.
Never met my Aunt Ina. She's terrifying. Anyway.
Anyways, I wanted to just throw that in there.
Of course you did. You're evil, but that's fine.
Adelle.
Yep, that's me.
You're a Kalishtar.
Yes.
So you use dreams as a way to process things in a more logical and conscious sense. But you've also, in this past week, you've had dreams stranger than you normally do. Shared experiences with Astra. You think. You're starting to piece it together. And tonight is no different. It's another shared dream where you're reliving the events of today from her shoes, from her perspective as her. You speak out. You first try to speak Celestial even though you don't know it, ruining a ritual. You cut off your hair that your parents braided for you. It's very disorienting because you also know that this is not you. That you are Adelle. But now you have perspective on what transpired and what they all sacrificed.
So the exchange of flute that I saw earlier makes sense now.
Yep. You also see Callie. And that's where the dream diverges. After she says, "Be gone," her eyes glowed green. Her hair kind of fluttered in a breeze that was not there. Everyone disappears but you. The cabin she was behind fades away. The blue flame on the pyre disappears. And it's just you and Callie. She says,
Do I feel like Mimi or like Astra me?
"You feel like you."
Okay.
Yeah. She says, okay, good. This, I'm sorry about what happened again. But it's nice to finally meet you. The world flashes real quick, and she's missing an eye. Her hair is longer, and you're starting to see streaks of gray through it. And then it flashes back to her current form. Both eyes, long black hair. I'm sure you recognize by now, but I'm not as powerful as I once was. Thank you for your words in the temple. They mean more than you know. Have any questions? I know you're not really my adherent, but I'm sure Mingxi won't mind.
Probably my first question is what's happened to you?
The world gives and gives, and not many people give back. So it needs to be reborn, in a sense. I'll be fine for some time still, but the world flashes again, and she's missing the eye. But sacrifices needed to be made to preserve the way things are.
What can I do? What do you need me to do?
I need you to come into your own. Do you have any questions? Am I able to help you in any way?
Who am I that you know of me? What am I supposed to do?
Child, you are no one special. And yet you have power. Power to change, power to improve. You have entered into a contract of sorts with the adherent of change. And Mingxi herself is watching.
I mean, that the Serpent of the Abyss is growing in power again?
Oh, It's not as serious as it sounds. He's been around a while. He's not going to escape anytime soon. Not fully. He slips through the cracks where he can, but then we plug those cracks and new ones open up. But it's a struggle forever, but most of him is kept away. Quickly, child. There's not much time left in here. You'll wake up soon.
Do you think we can get our friend back?
The tiefling?
Yes.
I do apologize about that. I do not know. Once you are taken by Duhazina fully, it is difficult, very difficult, to come back untouched, at the very least. She looks up. The world flashes again. I need to go soon. Say thank you to your friends for me.
No, thank you. When we get back to the temple, I'll offer you my words.
Oh, I am not the one you need to pray to. She bows her head, says goodbye, and you wake up.
Yikes.
Got a little breadcrumb in there. You know,
Yeah.
you've got some things to follow. Yeah, that's that story beat. And the next day comes. Does anyone else have anything they want to do? Stock up on rations, maybe? See if the tavern has anything for sale like that. Or are you gonna borrow it from a friend and get better rations when you get back to town?
I'll get some rations.
Okay. I mean, they're not the rations you're used to. They're like bits of bread and jerky. It's a tavern, not really a market, so you're able to purchase some supplies that won't last for very long, but enough to get you back to town. You'd like mark off 5 copper, and you have 3 days rations. Everyone else okay?
Mhm.
Okay. So, the next day
I'll
come.
probably mention to Adele, because I know she has a dream thing. It's like, so fathomless coming to be my dreams. That is just a thing that's going to happen from now on.
I talked to Callie. She said no one leaves untouched. She also said thank you.
Huh, that's nice of her. But it still doesn't answer my question.
Yeah,
I mean, he was perfectly pleasant, but still somewhat disconcerting.
Adele, that's not normal. Like from what you've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Poe. I've never heard of someone who's not Kalistar dream sharing like that.
Oh no, I think it just came to me in my dream. You know, like a demon does.
Mm-hmm.
That's not normal.
Well, yes, I suspect it isn't. Anyway, well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, still more
I have
afraid of
no
the idea.
idea if he's gonna come back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Do you say that loud enough for the rest of the party to hear, or was that private to Adele?
Oh, I'm not trying to. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not trying to hide it.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that the rest of you,
Sure.
know the information if it's wanted to be known.
And I'm making clear she says thank you to everybody.
Yeah.
So money.
Yeah.
We're
Money.
owed some. Let's get some.
Yes, money.
You crest a hill, and far in the distance you see light shimmering off of waves the spire of a castle, and the comforting wall of the city you call home. As you approach, you smell the slightly brackish water of the great inner sea. Passing villagers riding carts full of the produce of an early harvest. You enter through the southern gate, and you hear criers yell news and recent events, like pirates' attacks get more brazen on the Vuitian coast. Guards are needed for a southbound expedition. Travelers, beware, northern outpost was attacked by a monster. A couple minutes go by, and then you hear it again in the distance. And I think that's where we're going to take a 10-minute break. You're safely back in town. Congratulations.
And to be clear, I stopped the stream before we hit the outskirts and cleaned myself and changed clothes. So that when I stride back into town, I'm pristine.
Okay.
Can't be seen in town, scuffed and ruffled.
For sure. See you soon. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice break. So, where were we?
About to
We
get
just
paid.
entered the town.
Yeah.
There's lots going on.
Mm-hmm. So you guys go straight to the magistrate. I just want to know what you're doing, where you're going.
Do we look relatively presentable?
I look fantastic. I don't know about you.
You look like adventurers. Poe looks fantastic.
I just
Okay.
make a big show of waving at some people who I vaguely recognize. Yes. We should go
Yeah.
and get paid so you can afford better clothing.
Okay. So
Excuse me, these are my robes from the temple. Be nice.
they might have a little bit of grick goo on them, but that washes out, no problem.
I brush off like any chunks really quickly.
Grick goo and naive self-righteousness. But anyway. Yes, money. It's a good idea. Let's go get some.
Cool.
And food.
Yes.
Real food.
Awesome. So money first, probably.
Yeah.
You make your way towards the prison complex to report to the magistrate, who is like a kind of important official. Magistrates report to the crown directly, but they each have like a specific sector of the city they control and manage. Also, welcome raiders. Thank you. Welcome in.
Hello.
This magistrate runs the prison complex. So you go there to report your findings and to clear your names.
And before we go in, as we're approaching, I'll just kind of spin around and say, by the way, we're not mentioning anything about fog or gods or demons or any of that stuff. Right? We're going to tell a very true and simple story and not complicate things. Right?
I can agree with that here,
Yeah.
but I'm going to have to tell the temple everything.
Whatever. Who cares? All right.
Yeah, the Halloween episode was only partially canon. The magistrate doesn't need to know.
Exactly. None of our business anyway.
Yeah. So, you get to their office, and the guard tells you to wait, as they're just finishing up an appointment. A couple minutes later, some people exit. There's a slender female half-orc with a sprawling face tattoo, and she wields a bow as large as she is. She's followed by an extremely tall man with his hair slicked forward into a point, chiseled features, and sporting a shirt with a plunging neckline. Following him is a person with a mishmash of animalistic features, long rabbit-like ears, tusks, and a digitigrade legs. Lastly, waddling behind all of them, is a tiny gnome in robes and a comically pointed hat. The gnome says, "Hey, I haven't seen you all around here before. It's nice to meet you. How long have you been adventuring? You obviously look it."
I look down at my...
This gnome is maybe 2.5 feet tall. Maybe.
Oh my God.
He has a wispy beard.
I stopped my second of gawking at the really great half orc lady and like have to resist not picking up the gnome.
Oh.
I've never seen one before.
They have
And
mites.
they're
Go
very
get them.
small and cute.
We also bought extremely spicy bug or something from one of them.
Oh, that's true. We did see him.
Oh, you were at
Not-
Nimlos's. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. We haven't been adventuring very long. We were sort of press ganged into doing it. It was all a big misunderstanding, but we were quite successful. How about you?
Oh, we've been doing this for a while. Well, I mean, if you're ever looking for work or advice or some more manpower, I'm sure the guild would accept you with open arms. You've already got that look about you. Yeah, he hands you a card. Like reaches up on
Again.
his tiptoes. He hands you a card.
Oh, I definitely take it.
But
Tell
again,
them
look at the outfit.
Wibbo
Just
sent you.
hey. Sure.
Wibbo.
Yep, Wibbo Glup.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Wibbo. I like
Real
your
pleasure.
hat.
Thank you. Yeah. So the big one over there is Josen. The
Which
moody
one?
one.
The mm-mm or the mm-mm?
The big
With
one.
the B or the...
The
Okay.
big one. The moody one is Aurorum, and the half orc in front, like kind of snorts, grunts, turns away, and like is obviously impatient, wants to get this over with. And then he elbows the animalistic female in front of him and says, "And this one's Moomy. We just picked her up."
Well, it's very nice to meet you all. Are you off on another adventure?
No, not yet. We just dropped off a prisoner.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
He stretches a little bit, makes himself seem like almost 3 feet tall. Like I said, yeah, we're pretty good at what we do.
Wow.
That is quite impressive.
Anyways, we gotta get going. You know.
All
See you
right,
around.
nice to meet you. Tempest be with you.
Yeah, you and with your with you too. Bye.
It's just
And with your soul.
So yeah, the door's able to be entered.
plunging neckline. How risque.
I didn't know I had a thing for tall ladies.
Well, you were very obvious. We might have to talk about how to present oneself. Like drooling, generally not considered attractive.
I was not drooling.
I mean, just saying.
I wipe my mouth, and there's definitely no drool.
Well, anyway, it's fine.
Roll for drool.
If you want to retcon it, that's fine. I'm just telling you, it was there.
Roll a performance check. Let's see how this.
Which one?
Both, I guess.
Sure.
Poe, how convincing you were at gaslighting, and Adele to see if you retained your composure.
Sure. I think I'm convinced that I saw a drool. Oh, it's only a 14.
No. I mean, the best kind of gaslighters believe what they say, so
Yes.
not to get too real. What'd you get, Adele?
15.
Okay. So, like, no, you definitely didn't drool. He's making it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. If that's what helps you sleep at night.
Okay, so the door to the magistrate's office is now open. You're beckoned inside. A familiar face is there behind the desk. They take off their glasses, fold them, set them on their desk in a precise way, hold their hands in a practiced motion. Well, you're alive. Congratulations. Drak, how'd they do?
They did quite well.
Good. Shouldn't have been much trouble. What was wrong with mine?
Horde of goblins.
Oh. Horde.
I didn't realize they came that big.
That's what she
Oh,
said.
and some giant tentacle monster. Beetles, but they were actually quite friendly.
Gherkin. It's called Gherkin.
She
I never believed it when she said it. No.
The kind of nonchalant attitude and smile that the magistrate and it kind of melts away as she listens. Do you go into more detail?
Well, first, everyone is dead. Then we
Oh.
went into the mine. We found this one, almost dead. Brought him back. Then found where the miners had broken into what apparently is some sort of vast subterranean colony of goblins and killed many of them. Probably not all of them, but a lot, including one very large one. And then, kind of in between that, was the giant tentacle monster.
Her jaw is kind of agape.
But we found the 4 people that you sent us after. They're dead too, obviously.
Oh, that's well, I admit that's a bit more dangerous than we had assumed originally.
You think?
Goblins, you say?
Mm-hmm.
And no
Hmm.
survivors?
None.
No.
What?
Well,
What?
except for the one that was almost dead that's standing here now.
What?
The monk, or whatever he is. I assume he's with
Oh,
us. Or not.
Yuri.
Yuri, yeah.
Yes.
Your emotions says I wasn't sent. I was called in after.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But no one from the mine, all of the mine workers were horribly, horribly murdered. And then the foreman of the mine, or the owner, or whatever, locked himself in his house and died, I assume, of dehydration or starvation or something, or just being pitiful. We burned all the bodies.
Oh. Okay. So even the brat. Oh, great. His family. Okay. That's gonna take paperwork. Well, I'll let his family know.
Yes.
Can't expect anyone will be too torn up about it, but
He didn't seem very popular.
honestly, he wasn't. But like, did you happen to find the deed to the mine?
Yes, of course we did.
Good. Okay.
Thorough.
It wasn't even his. It was on loan from the crown. He was trying to prove that he could make it profitable or some nonsense, regain his honor, that sort of thing. Does not matter now. Well,
Yes.
if you want, I think it's in my power to say you're welcome to keep it. Come back tomorrow and I'll have the documents drawn up, transferring the title as an official apology for sending y'all into that mess.
That's nice. One of us is actually quite the expert on mining.
Oh, really? That's convenient.
It is.
Now,
I'm a good reader.
We agreed previously on 500 gold for completion of this task. And if I recall, it was 10 gold for confirmed death of those 4 previous prisoners.
I think that's right.
And you have confirmed their deaths.
Yes.
We have bits and pieces, so yes.
Great.
I mean, not the squishy bits and pieces, but like hair, pieces of armor.
Great. Yeah, you can leave that outside. I really want to touch that.
Don't blame you. It was quite disgusting.
And please do not put that on my desk. So why did the goblins attack? What were they doing? You all know?
Well, they certainly, they certainly killed everyone.
Great.
And at least,
you said that.
so they were probably peeved when the miners broke through into there. In fact, the miners were quite concerned and had raised their concerns with the one you call the brat, because they had heard some things and thought that maybe it was getting a bit dangerous. And of course, the brat was only concerned about productivity. And then they broke through into a goblin warren, and the goblins did what goblins do.
They consume.
Yuri produces the diary of that guy, which he grabbed when you stayed overnight at the thing. Put that on his desk. Put that on the magistrate's desk. This should explain a little bit of what happened. Well, thank you. That's it? Nothing else?
I don't think we're forgetting anything. Giant rat cave, but that's just nearby.
Mm.
Yeah, you might want to send some troops because I'm fairly certain. I mean, we killed a lot of them, but we didn't just spend like an extra several weeks going through every nook and cranny to make sure we had killed them all.
Okay.
We didn't want you to have to send more people after us and think that we had absconded.
Very
You did
considerate
put us
of
on a
you.
bit of a tight timeline.
They may be demoralized. We did kill their
Yes,
ringleader.
we killed their king, and then some nasty beastie they had sacrificed a significant portion of their forces to try to kill unsuccessfully.
Yuri,
And there's the tentacles and the beak.
Yuri kind of like
Again.
stage whispers to you, Poe. Are we not mentioning the floating thingy? Or is that not? Never mind.
Oh, the floating crystal thing that I
No,
have in my pocket.
Oh.
you don't say that out loud. I say, look, you were obviously nearly dead. But no.
Well,
I'm
y'all can talk behind yourselves. Here's the gold. We agreed upon. And remember, come back here tomorrow. I'll have the transfer of title all drawn up.
sure.
Thank you for your service, and I'll make sure to put in a good word for you. Make sure none of the heat of that family comes back on you. Because, they didn't really like their son, but it was family. They are influential.
Oh, really?
Well, that's it. Congratulations. You now have 540 gold.
Huzzah.
And did we split that? We split that among us, right?
Yep.
Can. Yuri was not part of the original bargain, but he had other reasons for going. If you want to include him on that, that's your decision. He's not here to argue.
Why don't we do? I mean, the nice thing to do would be to split the primary payout between the 5, and then the 40 was always kind of an extra thing anyway. And I'm happy to let him have that.
Yeah, you can have the 40 and we'll each take 100.
Also, it makes the math easy.
Yeah, math is fun, but math is hard.
Only 108, but it still divides evenly. But
Yes,
yeah.
but
Great. Okay, so all of you get 100 gold. Yuri gets 40.
perfect.
And also, as you guys exit the prison,
Mm-hmm.
Elena, you remember that you do have quite a bit of gold that you have looted from other places.
Yes.
Do you all want to
I
get
do.
some food and share your loot, or get something like buy something, spend your money?
I want to go. I want to sell some stuff.
Okay.
First, it's like the first thing I want to do.
Cool. So
Yes.
Can we make a plan to meet up for dinner? As one final goodbye? Or to discuss our future?
Well, I mean, I think if we're going to sell things, I don't know if Elena plans to sell things with us around such that it's obvious, or if she's keeping that part.
If you want to, I mean, I'm not hiding
Oh,
it.
I thought she
I want
was
to go
going
sell
off on
some
her own.
things.
I
No.
misunderstood.
I suggest that we dispose of all the extras. I have a couple of scrolls. I don't know that they're not of any use to me, and I don't think they're of any use to you either. So we might as well just sell them.
Yeah, we should sell like as much as we can.
So yeah, that would be the market district again.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the more established places, like an actual house on the on the outside, the rim of the market district.
Yes.
At least that's where you would sell the scrolls, or you would think to at least. So you go there.
Yep.
You try to find a shop that sells more magical trinkets. It's kind of a strange shop. You open it and you immediately smell like strong herbal something. It's very musty. Behind a counter is a halfling on a stool. He says, come on in, please. Customers. The door hits one of the, like a chime as it opens. Da-ding, da-ding, da-ding.
We
Oh,
we
yeah,
have some
you buying or
things
selling?
to sell.
Great.
Selling and then maybe buying, depending upon how generous the deals you give us are.
Interesting.
Yes.
You can see that.
Remember, we need 100 gold pearl, like for realsies, though.
Okay.
You can see this halfling is wearing like
Wait,
purples
why
and
do we need
reds.
the pearl again?
So that we can, so that one of us can ritual cast identify and find out what some of the other things are.
Oh. You just need one, right?
Just one. But anyway.
Yeah. So this halfling is wearing like kind of really nice clothes, like purple and reds,
Oh, that's expensive.
in like strips. Very nice leather boots. A ring on each finger. And a braided goatee that kind of curls upward. So, what do you have?
Remember which shop we came to the magical place first?
Yeah.
Okay, so the vest. Do you have? Are you able to identify things?
Oh, yeah.
Before we.
Yeah, of course. Of course I
You
can.
charge for it?
Appraisal is free, but
Okay.
it, you know. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna show him the vest. I'm trying to figure out what does this do, and how much could we get for it?
Let me see. He looks it over. Ooh, nice embroidery. I like the leaf pattern. It's definitely magical. You can tell right away. I'll have to see. And he takes out. He opens a drawer, takes out a pearl with filigree inlaid in it. Puts it over his forehead. Puts his hand out. And ritually casts identify. It takes him a little bit of time, but he's done with the spell. Poe, you recognize that it was indeed identify. And says, "Oh, okay. This is it's not a bad vest. It is a vest of protection. It's simple enchantment. It just gives like it makes you a little bit stronger. I can probably do 1,500 gold for it."
Makes you stronger, more, or does it make you more durable against damage?
More durable. Yeah.
Ah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I kind of want to keep it.
7 hit points. 7 hit points. Just saying.
Yeah, I'll just take that back. I'll just take that.
Let's think about it.
1,700. What do you say?
Oh, we're only just starting. Don't spend all
2,000.
spend all your money.
It's a really nice vest. I would hate to have it leave.
Can I do a? Can I?
Okay,
roll
you're making me
perceive?
think that I could get way more for this if you're just gonna keep upping the price like that.
No, 2,300 final offer.
We'll
You're
think
absolutely
about it.
ridiculous.
And we have more things.
But what
Like I
was
said.
that, Waffles? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, can I roll perception to see if he's trying to shortchange us?
That would be an insight roll, and absolutely you can.
I mean, he is.
Oh. I didn't roll very well.
Yeah.
6?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy seems like a very straightforward and honest character. You should definitely take his word for it.
Yeah. Except he doesn't. So,
No, Adele believes that it's
of course she does.
an insight roll of 6.
I don't have a lot of experience with people. So
It's true.
Makes sense.
Yeah, look, calm down. We have other things to show you. Don't worry.
Okay,
This
well,
might not even be
maybe-
the most exciting thing.
can we just table that, or like maybe as a deal, we could trade for something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Wait until you see all the
Sure,
goodies we
sure.
have, though. You might lose interest entirely.
I just don't want y'all to get distracted, you know. Okay. What else?
Sure,
What
sure.
else do you-
Was the skull magical at all? I don't know. Okay, show him the skull.
Ooh. That's an interesting piece. He may I touch it?
Mm-hmm.
He reaches for it, picks it up. He's like, he hefts it a little bit. It's about the size of a fist. It's a skull carved out of malachite, which is like this green marbled mineral. He hefts it and he's like, no, this is not magical, but it is very, very fine craftsmanship. 300 gold.
You know, I'm rather fond of it.
Give me the damn skull back.
We are not going to make any deals individually. We want you to take a look at everything that we have. Then maybe we
Right.
can work out a...
Okay. He seems a little put off by that. He's a little bit annoyed. It kind of feels like he's being just used as appraisal.
I tell you
That
what.
much is
How about this? How about I buy a lovely pearl from you and then we can figure it all out ourselves?
excellent. Excellent. I have this pearl I used before. You know it works. 120 gold.
100.
Now, you know that I can't do that.
No, I know very well how the magic works.
Yeah, but you know, I paid 100 for it. I'd be out of business if I sold it for 100.
110.
115.
110, and we won't immediately take all the rest of our stuff somewhere else.
Deal.
All right.
He hands over this pearl, and it's not just a pearl. It's a pearl, but it's filigreed with like fine silver, maybe platinum. It's like engraved into it and like in an ocean theme. It's very pretty.
Yes. FYI, this was a group purchase, just so we're clear. I don't just happen to love pearls. But that's fine.
Okay, so that's 100 gold, 110 gold.
110, yep.
From whom?
From me.
Okay. You said it was a group purchase, so I wanted to make sure.
I'm letting them all know it's a group purchase.
Gotcha.
Oh, I'll help pay for it.
Or I can just charge every time we want to identify something, but I think it's easier. It would be gauche to break the bill in front of the merchant, so we'll take care of it later.
Okay. Yeah. So, now that we have that out of the way, we're friends. Great. What else do you have?
I don't know. Let me find out.
Did you want to?
I'd like to identify the skull.
You would like to identify the skull?
Yeah.
I thought we confirmed it's not magical.
He said it wasn't.
Said it's not magical. I would like
but
to
I
start
believe
identifying
him.
this. Of course you do. That's why you're not having this conversation. So, first, I would like to identify the skull.
Okay. That takes 10 minutes. Are you doing that right in front of him?
Well, it's his choice. I mean, we can go sit in a cafe or we can do it here. It's your choice. We don't want to be in the way of your in the way of your commerce. I'm feeling a little bit peckish.
That's fine.
It's going to take a while. We have a lot of magical things that we're going to have to identify. So maybe we just go away for an hour or two. We're happy to give you our custom, but we just want to make sure that we verify everything.
Take your
You
time.
understand. Wonderful. Thank you.
So yeah, you ritually cast Identify on
Yep.
the malachite skull.
Yep.
It is not magical,
Okay. Cool.
but it seems it's an unusual thing to craft.
It seems significant, but not magical.
Like if you had the legend lore skill, that might be something different.
Right.
But Identify specifically does not give you any information off of the skull.
Yep. Vest next.
The vest is not what he said it was.
What?
Damn it.
Do you mean he
I
was
probably
lying?
should have done a perception check as well.
Yep. Let me see.
Assume that they're lying. You don't have to worry about. You don't even have to roll. Just assume they're lying.
Well, yeah.
Where was it? I'm looking through my notes. Probably should have pulled it up earlier. Here it is. It is a where'd it go? There. It is a nature's mantle. Elena, when you were wearing it, you did not notice any difference because it is druid or ranger only. This cloak shifts color and texture to blend in with the terrain surrounding you. While wearing the cloak, you can use it as a spell casting focus for your druid and ranger spells. While you are in an area that is lightly obscured, you can hide as a bonus action, even if you are being directly observed. I thought it was interesting, and it was green, so I threw it on the pile of green stuff.
And it's worth a bit more than.
It's worth considerably more than what he quoted.
Of course. Boots.
The boots are not magical, but they are masterworked.
It's worth money.
It's worth money and possible to enchant.
Yeah, but they're tacky.
They are tacky, but they are possible to enchant. Just throwing that out there.
Yes. And then I know what the scrolls are. Elena, anything else? As our treasurer.
Weighted dice is weighted dice, I guess. Jade is jade. I don't think the grit goo I have is magical,
It's not.
but you can
I'm gonna save you time. It's not.
It might be worth something though.
The scrimshaw figure, I don't think is magical.
Yuri has that. And it's not magical. Like, you can generally tell if something's magical just like by spending time with it, and because it doesn't wear the same way as other objects. Like, you try to scratch it, it does not scratch. But yeah, the scrimshaw figurine is of a bear, and it's like maybe 1.5 inches big. Worth 50 gold.
But we should
But he's just holding on to it.
we should identify the bag, because that thing is
sure.
weird.
We know what it does, but 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, it is a bag of holding.
Yes.
Which is strange. You haven't heard of anything like that before. And it doesn't, like, the identify spell doesn't just tell you that this is called a bag of holding. It more like imparts you the knowledge of what this object does. So yeah, it's a bag of holding.
I would like to spend 10 more minutes with my hand in the bag,
Okay.
identifying something else.
What?
I think the only thing that's in the bag, which is
Yeah.
the crystal.
There may or may not be a crystal in there.
There for sure is a crystal in there,
Okay.
but I'm not. But I'm not pulling it out.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
was gonna say I don't want to pull that one out.
putting my hand in and going crystal, and then I can feel it in my hand, and then I do the thing.
The spell doesn't have anything to hold on to because it is in a different plane. You need
We'll
to
have
extract
do
it from the
once we
bag.
leave.
Can I extract it from the bag in such a way that it's not obvious
I recommend if you want to do that, if you want to keep it
somewhere
secret,
else?
do not do it in front of a shopkeeper.
I'm just saying, is there like a private room or something where
No.
it won't be observed?
No, it's
Okay.
it's a door, an
Sure.
open space with like shelves of crap, and then a counter with a halfling behind it.
We'll do that at lunch. All right. So, I mean, one of us could very much use that vest. That person is not my favorite person at the moment. However,
Also,
Yeah.
because Poe, you just said something. There's more stuff in the bag. Adelle has put a bunch of her stuff in it, but it disappears once you put it into the bag, and you need to think about the object to retrieve it.
yeah, the only thing that I know is in there is the crystal, so I think crystal. Can feel it.
Right.
But everything else is I don't know.
I don't think there's any crystals in there though. There is alcohol in there.
No,
Sorry, shoe polish.
shoe polish, and in the bag is the crystal.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
The large glowing shard. I have it
Yes.
written down.
Yes. So,
And
with the
copper
exception of that, and then copper mining for dummies and a variety of different books.
Yep.
So, which probably have value, but whatever. We can sell those anywhere. And then I have these two spells. Is the ability to inflict wounds sheerly by the force of magic and your will something that is within your purview?
Who are you asking?
Yeah.
Adelle.
Oh.
Which is my in-game way of saying is inflict wounds on your spell list.
I don't know. Let me look.
I think it is.
Because poison spray, I don't think is. And it's not that great a cantrip anyway. But I have scrolls that can enable someone for whom it is on their spell list to learn poison spray and inflict wounds.
Poison spray is on the spell list, and it's a cantrip, so it's probably really useful for Adelle.
Yeah, poison spray is, but not inflict wounds.
Oh, poison spray? Are you ever going to use that? But really, considering the other cantrip that you are going to use all the time. Just saying. Rather have the money or be able to spray poison to people who are very, very close to you.
And Drak, inflict wounds is not on your spell list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're not an Oathbreaker paladin.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah. I don't think it's on anyone's list. Poison spray is on 2 people's list.
Okay.
But
now, that doesn't mean you can't use these. It just means you can't add them to your active prepared spells.
yeah, but who's going to pull out a scroll and go, oh, I'm going to inflict a little bit of wounds? The whole point is that you learn it and add it to your repertoire.
I mean, 3d10 necrotic damage would outright kill a lot of you.
Yes, now.
And just,
But imagine if it was on your spell list and you could upcast it. That's
just you know,
but I have to make
it's
some
not
choices
it's not
about.
useless.
It's not useless, but it's also worth money.
It is. Yeah.
Poison spray would be useful.
More useful than your Eldritch Poo-Pew. Let's see how much he'll give us for them, or if he'll trade. If we can do onesie, twosie, swapsies, we might be able to switch them out for some things that are actually useful.
He's been watching this entire time as you've like pulled stuff out and like, you know, enchanted, and he's watching. Customer comes in, he exchanges like, you know, does business with the customer for a little bit. The customer walks out. Customer like bought a potion.
Yes, well, maybe
just
a bit louder
patiently.
than necessary. It's like, well, I mean, we are here already, but we know that he lied to us and tried to take us for a ride. So, do we risk it, or do we just go somewhere else where we don't have to worry about a proprietor who lies?
Now, there's a reason the appraisals are free.
So you can lie and take advantage of people.
Yeah,
You really
yeah.
shouldn't have sold. You probably shouldn't have sold me the pearl if you didn't want to be caught.
I've got
Hmm.
it's a sale.
Yes. Well.
But now that I know that you know what it is, we come to an arrangement.
Probably.
What do you say?
Well, first let's talk scrolls.
Right.
Swaps.
Swaps.
Just to re-earn our
Hmm.
good graces. Doesn't cost you anything.
I can't do swaps for both. It's just
Hmm.
bad business. I can swaps for one, and then give you a little discount on swaps for another. Let's say 50 gold.
Well, let's start with the even swap. What do you have in the vein of? I don't think any of us has the ability to actually detect magic. It might be useful to us. To go with the whole identifying it once we've detected it. It seems to have a high utility.
Yep. Yes, it does.
So do I mean, it's a relatively common ability. It's just not one that I currently possess.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the scroll of detect magic. He pulls it off of a shelf, and he's like, "Well, if you want to do the swapsies, sure."
I mean, I could always see if you have distort value, but that would be, a little too on the nose. I mean, the rest of it's all like.
But Drak, were you going to say something?
That's on the horizon for Drak very soon.
Detect
But are you
magic.
going to what?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you kind of use your magical essence to destroy things mostly?
Not sure yet.
I mean, you've done it a couple of times. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, out of character, it's fine to discuss what would be the best use for your characters. Drak will be gaining.
I'm still learning.
Yeah, Drak will gain the ability to detect magic, possibly. But it might also be useful to get the scroll, so someone else can.
Yes, I would prefer you use your arcane or divine, I should say, capabilities in a more protective and or aggressive fashion than having to worry about using your valuable resources just to see if there's some spooky stuff going on. By which I mean to say it's probably better that I spend a spell slot to do that than you do, since all I can do is spend spell slots. I don't get to turn them into smites. And smites are lovely.
Does anyone else have any input about which spells they might want, or?
How many of us have cure wounds?
It's on my list, but I didn't take it.
Okay.
You've got it, and you got your other thing. Astra has it.
Okay.
And I
forgot to assign
Drak will have it.
Drak will have it. I have
third.
healing word.
Okay.
He's got So we're all kind of off healers, or many of us are off healers.
Okay.
But if you study the scroll, you can add it, even though it's above your prepared spell limit. As long as
I'm actually below my prepared spell limit right now, so.
Oh, you should fix that. And
I know that's why that's part of my question.
Maybe add the wounds.
Yeah, but the counterpoint is, if you learn it through a scroll, you can have it above your spell limit, but if you prepare a different spell, you lose it. It needs to be locked in. Like it doesn't raise your spell limit. Like let's say you can prepare 5 spells, but Cure Wounds is on your list. I'll allow that as a temporary 6th spell you're allowed to prepare. But if you try to prepare a different, like if you try to swap out Cure Wounds for something else, you lose it. Like it doesn't expand your prepared spells to 6. You're stuck at 5. Does that make sense?
Okay. So like
It doesn't create a flexible additional slot.
right.
It just
So
means that
that
you
one
can.
just stays there as a like almost like a temporary hit point. Like it just sits there on top of whatever my spell limit is.
Exactly. It also does not give you a new spell slot. It just gives you
Yeah.
the possibility
Right.
of casting it.
Right. Okay.
If you are a prepared caster, you could prepare it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are a spontaneous caster, it's just one of the ones.
Exactly.
But it takes a spell slot.
So like it's obviously more valuable for spontaneous casters.
Yes.
Like much more valuable. So like
Yeah.
warlocks, for example.
Yeah. No.
Or
Get it-
bards.
Great.
Or bard, but like getting another cantrip, kind of a big deal.
Yeah, you might want to actually just keep the poison spray. I honestly don't think it's of enormous utility, but
Yeah.
Or we can spend a bit of money to replace it with something that is a little bit more useful. But I think if we're going to go for the first level spell, something that has global utility seems to be the best use of resources as opposed to something that's more situational.
Okay. So
Like, we're going to be detecting
take
magic a lot, and I have more spell slots. So let's swap for the detect magic.
Deal.
Cool. Boink. Do you want poison spray or do we want to trade it?
I'll take it.
Here, you can have it.
Yay!
Pleasure doing
So,
business with you.
Yes,
Anything else?
tacky boots.
Tacky boots.
Tacky boots. They're very prepared for someone to enchant them and sell them at a healthy markup, but they're hideous and I don't want them.
And I cast distort value.
In front of him.
This is 6,000 gold.
They're horrible. We've already determined that they're like dyed crocodiles.
No, he takes it. He does not ritual cast identify because it's obviously not like he can tell it's not magical. So he just appraises it and he's like, "These are really nice boots. I could do something with this. Glamour them or enchant them somehow. You sure you want to sell these? You don't want to? You want to make them into something?
They're hideous.
I know.
I mean, other people, these are not my boots. I just feel very strongly that they're not in this season. But if other people want to wear hideous boots on the off chance that at some point we can get them enchanted, feel free.
How do you even go about enchanting?
Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, for a nominal fee, you can leave the item with me, and I can give you a list of things that you can choose from. Simple enchantments, make you more sneaky or more difficult to hit, or makes your healing do a little bit better. That sort of thing. Makes resting more restful.
You mean when you wear them, you heal faster? Not when you cast healing spells; they're more effective.
Oh no, that's quite an enchantment. That require a bit more. But like simple enchantments can be done for a nominal fee.
Let's just say hypothetically that one of us was maybe a bit piqued sometimes. Is there anything
a bit spicy? Is what?
No,
picante?
Piqued. No,
yeah.
Piqued. No, it's a real word.
This halfling does not know it.
Prone to feeling a bit pale and wan. You know.
Oh, I understand.
Ill.
You want something to make you feel more vigorous.
Yes.
That's
Not
probably more
sure.
of an alchemical problem.
I push Poe out of the way a little bit. Something to make you feel a little bit more put together. It's not for him.
No. Like if you had a weak constitution and you needed something that could give you a little bit of pep in your step. But not like actually just moving faster, but like actually help improve your vigor.
I know of enchantments that do that. They are quite expensive. Out of character, table talk. That would be the of health enchantment, which is a rare enchantment requiring attunement. Creating your constitution score equal to 19 while you wear it.
Oh, yes.
Yikes.
That would be very, very useful. But it doesn't have to have fancy boots. Do you know an alchemist, by the way? A reputable one.
Of course.
Do you have to smile like that?
Oh. You're the one that created this communication.
Work with me. At least pretend to be above board.
I am nothing if not above board, sir.
Yes, of course
I
that's
am
true.
shopping for Viagra.
Anyway, do you know an alchemist who is legitimate, as in not snake oil? Like a scientist?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
It pains him. It visibly pains him to say that.
I mean, it's fine. I don't blame you. Telling the truth is, as I've recently
Elena
learned,
is
very
just
problematic.
kind of massaging her brow through this whole
fine.
conversation.
It's for one of my elderly aunties. Anyway, now we come to the... think about the boots. Do you want anyone who wants the boots, take the boots. Otherwise, I'm happy to sell them. But that's not what you're interested in.
I'll give you 300 gold for it.
That's a good offer.
A fair deal.
The mantle.
Mantle.
I mean, we do have a friend who's a druid.
You
who
already
I'm sure
know.
would like it.
I'm
But she's
just,
also
like,
not
sure if
sneaky
she's
at
actually
all.
going to use it.
She's
I feel like we'll be like, we'll use this, and she'll be like, yeah, and then she just won't. I don't know.
What we do, or it's like to hide is not her jam. Just saying.
Like she would actually have to decide to hide.
Yeah, but you can do that after you've been discovered, which is like a really cool thing that this magical object does.
That is pretty cool.
And we all know Astra's gonna get herself in trouble again.
I mean,
Like,
it might be
not
worth
the only one.
As a DM, I recommend you keep the item.
I was
But
gonna say, I think
you will like there's no plot story attached to it. I just think it really works for Astra. But if you want to sell it, that's fine too.
I
Well, we
sell
don't have to
the
decide
boots and keep the mantle.
Yeah,
We can always sell it later. I mean, we don't have to attune to it, right?
You can't attune to it if you're not a druid or ranger.
Yeah, you have to be a druid or ranger.
Otherwise, it's just a fancy vest with a hood.
Yeah.
Well then, yeah, we can decide later.
So it's a very, very good thing. It's just that it has limited utility and relies upon Astra wanting to be stealthy, which doesn't seem.
Never know.
I think we should keep the mantle and sell the boots.
It'll be fine. So the boots, you can't give us more than 300.
I mean, I would normally try to buy it off you for 150. I'm trying to be fair because someone is very prickly right now.
I'm
300.
not prickly at all.
Mm.
I do know lots of people about town, though.
300 is fine. Take the boots.
Yes.
Add 300 gold. Remove the boots.
Yes. I'll take 100 of that. Thank you. Sorry, 110.
Pays for the pearl.
Yep.
Anything else?
We have knickknacks, don't we?
I mean, you have a couple gems, two pieces of jade, and then one kind of large emerald.
Which you might as well get rid of.
Are we
Can't
selling
spend them.
here or a
Oh,
jeweler?
I want to get rid of the jade as well, but I don't know. Do we do it here or like she said, at a jeweler?
I'll buy your jade. Let me see the pieces.
Okay. I'll show him the pieces.
Oh, these are nice. They're high quality. A bit damaged. You can see the chips here and here. I'll give you 40 gold each.
I look at Poe.
Look at me. I don't know anything about these things. I'll.
I feel like Elena usually just hands stuff over and she doesn't actually go and sell anything, so
Makes sense.
Can I like since obviously he has been revealed to me as a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Can I insight again to try and figure out if he's trying to dupe us?
Sure. With disadvantage this time, because it's your repeat roll. So 14.
Yeah.
It's a bit lower than what they're worth, but not much.
Okay, so I come up to Elena and I like kind of like make sure that my Tempest like emblem is visible. And I'm like 60.
I can't do that. That's too
so
much.
I'll 45.
You're cutting it close. I deal.
Oh, good.
Deal.
Okay.
Good.
The jade pieces were worth 50 gold each.
Good. You
So,
made a tiny little profit.
add 90 gold. Remove the jade. And then there is the emerald. You want to pawn that off or save it?
Yeah.
For whatever purpose. Okay. You take out the emerald. He looks at it. Oh, this is a nicely cut emerald. It's maybe like an inch long. It's a classic emerald cut. Fairly clear, minor occlusions.
Emerald.
I'll give you he looks at Elena, looks at Poe. 130 gold. It's a nice emerald.
Can I do an insight?
Yes.
$15.
I mean, basically the same as Adelle's result. It's a little lower than what the item's worth, but I mean he has to make a profit, so it's not outrageous.
All right.
My pleasure.
Gives it a
130
look
gold.
like, no, we could have gotten more, but we pushed you really hard on the other ones, so it's fine. So boots, someone keeping them or are we selling them?
We already sold them.
We sold them already.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And you grabbed money from that. Where did the
that's
rest of that money go? Because you took 110.
It went in Elena's pockets.
Yes. Elena's our
Never
treasurer.
to be found again.
No, she's our treasurer.
I am indeed the treasurer.
Yes.
Yes.
We
And
established it.
you're keeping the skull? Is that what we decided on?
I
forget.
have not sold the skull.
I think I've grown fond
I-
of the skull.
Yeah, I kind of like the skull.
Talk to him before you go to sleep.
Well, slash, I would like to check out.
I mean, everyone else is talking this stuff when they go to sleep, apparently. So why not?
Well, we can always drop in by the academy and see if anyone there can provide any insight. It's not magical, but maybe of historical value or significance.
Elena, I am going to add Nature's Mantle to your character sheet.
Okay.
Well, got a lovely new scroll. Got some money. Lighten her load a bit. We'll think about the vest, but it's very, very hard. I think we actually probably need to speak to our friend who can actually use it before we decide to sell it. But I tell you what, if we do decide to sell it, we'll come right back here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Astra is not in the shop. She's waiting outside.
Yeah. So we can't really make the decision at the moment.
I understand.
But you're definitely at the top of our list.
Thank you for your patronage.
Yes. You're welcome for your, 30 gold profit. Good for you. Well, except for the boots, that's hard to calculate. Anyway, it's a pleasure doing business. If you come across any other interesting things,
I have a whole stock of items if you want to look.
if
Yes.
you happen to make an acquaintance of an apothecary or alchemist that's real, or come across any items that might be of use for those of a delicate constitution, that would be of great interest to us.
Okay. He says, would you like to commission an item? I don't have anything quite ready at the moment that boosts constitution, but I could work one out for you. For
a lot of our liquid capital is tied up in our new mine, and I'm assuming it's going to take some time for that to become profitable. How long would such a thing take, and what would be the typical down payment?
Well, if you're not providing any of the raw materials.
Oh, well, give us a list. We come across all sorts of fascinating things, as you can tell.
Well, like the boots, for example.
Oh,
right.
Right.
First, I would need to procure a masterworked item in the specifications that you want, and if I cannot procure it, I would need to find a craftsman to make it for me, which is a whole process that could take weeks, if not months, to complete. If I find the item, or if you provide it, that considerably speeds up the process.
Yes.
A couple weeks from that point of the enchantment.
And roughly how much? Let's assume that we bring something that's a little bit more tasteful, like a ring or an amulet of sufficient quality.
Yes.
How much are we talking in terms of investment to have the enchantment laid upon it?
Well, it depends on the enchantment too. Higher level enchantments require more gold and supplies and take longer, so more gold for the labor as well. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, it all makes perfect sense. So let's just say hypothetically if we knew someone who was going to die very soon if we don't address a certain problem that they have, and we wanted to make sure that their constitution was ironclad against, any sort of condition that would make them feeble.
Okay. Well, depending.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. They don't have to have godly healing powers or anything. It's just more the so they don't die.
You'd say more like Constitution 15 rather than 19 or 13,
I think that would be,
or like
what abstract
number?
Anything that isn't negative would be spectacular.
I think this is
please.
I think this is easier negotiated in the abstract sense. But what number are you looking at? for Constitution.
Give us a price for a 10. Give us a price for 14.
Yes. Yes.
The initial enchantment is the effect, and that takes kind of a lot of gold. So like getting a like setting your Constitution at 10 would be like 2,000 gold.
Okay.
Setting it at 15 would be like 4,000 gold. So it's not a whole lot more, but it gets exponential the more it like a Constitution 19 ring would be tens of thousands.
Yeah.
To craft. But like lower level ones aren't too bad.
Yep. So in the neighborhood of 2 to 4, we could get you up to like a 12. Better than average.
Yep.
That'd be good.
That's
So
reasonable.
we only
Yeah.
need about, let's say, 3,000 to 4,000 gold. That's not unachievable.
And that's to craft an item.
True.
If you find one already made, that might be a little bit less.
Right.
Yeah. How
but
much if I already have an item?
He does not. But like in your travels or in your like if you're looking through stores or something, you might find one down the line that is a lower level enchantment.
Oh, okay.
And like it's always cheaper to buy one from a store than to craft it yourself, because the labor has already been expended, and it's like it's already been owned once, probably, so like that sunk cost has already been paid for. Yeah, it's just if you're really looking for an enchantment, you can just throw money at the problem.
Well, that's one avenue.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, cool. I am famished. Thank you so much. What was your name again?
I am Fareed. Thank you.
Freed. Oh, lovely. Nice to meet you, Freed. Do you have any recommendations about places we can go get a lovely meal?
No.
I like your style, Fareed.
Right.
We'll probably be back. Maybe.
Yeah. Bye.
Good day.
All right. I guess it's gnome food again.
Well,
I like
No.
well,
Somewhere else.
you could roll to see if you find a good place, or you could go
Yes.
back to a place that you've already been.
I
That's
want
how
to
it
go back
works.
to
New
I'll find a place.
new place that's lovely that we can discover and help to rep. I mean, we're influencers after all, and a place that it maybe has enough privacy that as I fiddle with a glowing green gem, we won't be disturbed.
Okay. A little benefit of rolling is you will not get the same result as a previous roll.
Yeah.
So like if you roll, you're not going to get the gnomish food.
Yeah. Which is probably an improvement, given what the gnome food did to all of our insides.
like no.
And I made my Constitution check, and it was still very problematic.
Mm.
Oh, we'd gain
Drak,
it.
you have good
We will
sense.
find a good
you
place.
have you have a good intuition. Why don't you lead us to some wonderful eatery that we can discover?
Roll a d20. Just a straight d20. Did you just get a natural 20?
I believe I did.
Yes.
Yes.
That could be terrible. We don't know.
Well,
Oh,
generally,
please no.
generally, this table goes from cheapest to most expensive.
Of course it does.
Which is
Well,
why when
unfortunately,
I think you rolled a 19 for the gnomish food last time. That's why it cost like a gold or 5 gold or whatever she charged you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Well, the good news is this one's on Elena because she is flush.
hmm?
The treasurer, so she's got a budget.
Yes. Also, I covered the last one, so let's have lovely, lovely food.
It's also like noon because you stayed at an inn about a half day away.
Yeah.
So the prices are slightly different. You wander around the market for a little bit. You kind of follow the crowd to one of the larger and busier food stalls you've seen. It's obviously popular, and you can easily tell why. There's an overwhelming aroma of slow roasted poultry, mushrooms, and vegetables. Behind the counter, there's a middle-aged human woman taking orders. Behind her is a dwarven woman wearing an apron and chef's hat, bouncing between working a wood-fired oven, chopping vegetables, and tending a large pot on the stove. While you're waiting in line, every so often you see a young girl carrying stacks of dirty pots, bowls, and plates through a rear entrance, before returning minutes later with clean ones. You approach the counter. The woman says, "Deep root stew, 6 silver each."
Deep root.
Deep root stew.
Is
It
it
smells
spicy?
good.
It smells delicious.
Does it smell heavy or light?
It smells heavy. It's you can see the preparation. It's like turnips, radishes, potatoes, carrots, mashed
Like a
together
good
with.
hearty stew.
It's a hearty stew. Caramelized onions, garlic, mushrooms.
Sounds so good.
Poultry
Nice.
stock, and then a heavy cream and assorted herbs until it's like a thick stew, garnished with scallions and black pepper.
Elena pats Drak on the shoulder. Nice job, Drak.
Yeah.
Yes,
This-
well done.
This takes you back to your childhood, Drak. Your dwarven father used to make this once a week, although he used turnips instead of radishes. Still, it smells like home. And as you see patrons take their bowls and find a seat, you notice they get a mug of dark ale, which is complimentary.
Nice.
Intriguing. None for Astra.
Yes.
Deep root stew, 6 silver each. The woman repeats.
All right.
Let's go.
It's each.
Yes.
6 silver
Yes.
each. Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Just wanted to clear that up.
3 gold.
Elena
whatever.
has the pocket.
3 gold.
Okay.
Apparently.
So you're served this in wooden bowls. You get a mug of morning beer, the dwarven specialty, and go find some place to eat. Make sure you mark off 6 silver each.
Elena's covering it for 3 gold.
Yes, I paid it.
All right. Well,
Are we able to find somewhere secluded?
Sure. You take your bowls and spoon and mug, and you walk a ways to a kind of park area. There are various parks throughout the city, but green spaces and places for nature. This one is fairly unpopulated. It overlooks the inner sea, and you can see the ships move in and out the harbor.
Elena, lend me the mantle for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to reach in the bag, pull out, think crystal, pull out the crystal, and then use the mantle to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's magic. And if anyone happened to detect magic, they might think, oh, that's a fancy mantle, not that's a fancy weird green crystal that defies space and time.
Sure.
And
Sure.
then, while everyone else is talking about our wonderful discoveries, and I suggest talking about a plan to
Mhm.
raise some funds so that we aren't down a particular rogue
Mm-hmm.
of the next level up or two. We'd like to figure out what this crystal is.
Okay. You ritually cast Identify on this glowing green shard, and you get the following information.
Forget the ritual. We don't have time. I'll just cast it.
Okay, you just cast it, and you get the following information. It is weightless, but not without inertia. And it is magical, but you don't. The spell does not reveal a school of magic. It is just magical. You don't get a lot of information beyond that.
So we still have no idea.
So the only properties are that it's weightless.
Wait, well,
I see.
kind of, yeah.
Something with gravity and inertia.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have charges. It doesn't require attunement.
Correct.
It doesn't have any spells
Correct.
affecting it. And it wasn't created by a spell.
Correct.
Interesting. Well, it's for the academy, I suppose. I mean, not for them, but
The academy or the elders.
That's a decision you have to make, if you make it at all.
Right. Or we just,
Also, before I forget, everyone roll for temp HP.
Yes.
What do we
And
roll?
remind me.
Roll your hit die, plus your Constitution if positive.
Oh gosh, what's my hit die?
I believe warlocks are a D8, I think.
Plus the Constitution bonus. Okay.
You could just roll your hit die. I think it does it automatically.
How do I do that again?
Don't really remember. I think it's under short rest.
Oh, under short rest.
I think you click short rest and then it says your hit die.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, for a druid it is 1d8 plus 2.
1d10 plus 2.
So like you can click one of those boxes, you can click the button that shows up, and then like unclick the box or like click reset.
So that's a 4 minus 2?
You don't get negative for this.
Okay,
It would just be a 4. So then you add that number to your temp HP.
How are you guys getting the rolls under short rest? It's like
Click
You have to
click
click on
short-
the box
yeah,
die
click short rest
short
and then
rest.
the box.
And click on that. Yeah.
I should do that first, yes.
it's not rolling.
You have to click on the die,
Let me see if I can do it for you.
the die math thing, the box that shows up. Like you click short rest, you check the box under like your hit die, and then it'll show you 1d8 minus 2, it says for me, and then I click that, and then it rolls the die.
Hers does not have it, which is weird.
Oh, I did it.
Nice.
Okay.
I feel a little bit better.
Well, yeah, everyone feels a little bit better. That was the best meal you've had in a while. It was delicious, and I've actually made this in real life, and it's real damn good. It served with like roasted cauliflower and a large section of
Ah,
roasted poultry
love
with
roasted
crispy skin.
My.
It's a very hearty
Excellent.
meal, but surprisingly light.
Hmm.
It's
So I rolled a 7 plus 2 is 9. Do I just add 9 to
temp
the
HP.
hit points, or
Uh,
do I add the Constitution bonus?
No, the 9, I believe, is with the Constitution bonus. So you would just replace whatever in your temp HP with that number.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. Well.
I assume we've taken a long rest.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Last night in the inn. Well, you people need better clothes, or I suggested. We might consider, loath as I am to suggest it, we might consider contacting a certain gnome. Because didn't he say that he might be able to hook us up with work?
Yes, that's the Adventurers Guild.
You also heard
Yeah.
a couple rumors coming through the
Yes,
the Barker.
but pirates 1,000 miles away and giant monster sacking an entire encampment up north.
You don't want to do that?
I was like, what?
I mean,
I'm down for the monster.
well, of course you are. But
Fork an electrical socket? Let's do it.
right, we might check out more. Well, first of all, if it's the town crier doing it, who knows what other kind of riffraff we might have to deal with as competition. It might be worthwhile checking to see if there's any sort of legitimate, appropriately scaled work.
Yeah.
I also need to stop by the temple to make my report.
Of course. But are they going to pay you several thousand gold for your report?
You can't really put a price on
faith.
faith.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just it's really important.
Yep. Not saying you shouldn't do it, just saying.
I'm literally on a mission from the gods, so like, could you just respect that for once?
No. Anyway, because I have other priorities, and that is raising approximately 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
Poe.
Yes.
I just wanted to thanks.
Oh, certainly. I mean, it's no big deal. It's just money.
Just money.
I mean, it's money we don't have, but it's money we can get. And I have a sneaking suspicion. Well, let's put it this way. Sitting still, playing the same games over and over, going to the same tired, boring parties, playing the same role over and over, to great amusement, I must say, doesn't seem quite as entertaining, doesn't seem quite as fruitful as it did before. There are things in this world that are interesting. There are powers in this world that are accessible. Far beyond. I predict that in a short period of time, your minor inconvenience will be dealt with, and we will have much, much more interesting opportunities on our hands.
Right.
But first things first.
Yeah. Everyone, I think, has at least one thing they want to do while they're in town. Adelle needs to see the temple, report in. Elena possibly has someone they want to talk to. Poe, you mentioned that you had some engagements that you we're missing that you may want to?
I have the rounds of the aunties I have to make. I have to be seen.
And Drak, what will you be doing? Do you want to go to the temples finally, or do you want to go somewhere else?
I mean, table talk. I don't know where he needs to go.
Okay. For what? What would you? Okay, table talk. What would you, Pat, want Drak to do?
I want him to start to figure out all these little bits and pieces that we're starting to see, this larger world that he's not glimpsed into yet. He needs to start piecing them together, and hopefully that will guide him to where he needs to be next level or so.
Sure. Then he probably should tag along with Adelle to the temple district. Because at least then you can get more information. You don't need to like pledge yourself right then and there, but you know, if anyone knows about hours, probably the lady who talks to a tentacle beast, like a divine, like faucet,
Or the academy, just say.
or the academy.
I'll probably swing by there too.
Technically, it's called the Spellforge Institute.
The institute, yes.
But I mean, it's called the academy. Everyone knows what that means.
I will probably swing by there and mention the whole like, oh, well, should one be concerned if, you know, the fathomless is coming to them in their dreams?
Yeah. So the question is, do you all want to do these things together or separately?
I think my aunties would love to meet you all.
I'm game for sticking together.
Yeah, I really need to go together.
I'm not going to temple.
I might need to separate.
Well, when Drak and I go to the temple, you guys can go find us a place to stay the night.
Okay, table talk. Timidly, will you be joining us next session? Because we were kind of guessing that you might not be able to. Because if you're not able to, this would be a good out.
Yeah, true. Actually, yeah, I was thinking that too. I will technically be like there and listening, but I'm gonna be babysitting. I won't be able to be on camera. So I don't know if you would want me to be like in the Discord.
It's up to you, but it kind of lines up that you have something that you may not want the other members of the party to be present for.
Yeah.
At the same time. So feel free to be the peanut gallery.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Yeah, and we don't need to distract you from.
Yeah.
I do have something I want to do before like right before I separate. So
Well, we'll be wrapping up within like 30 minutes, so how about we touch on everyone, what they want to do, and then Elena separates.
Sure.
How's that sound? So temple first or Poe stuff first?
Poe said he didn't want to go to the temple, so
Okay.
I mean, I'll wait outside. I'm not going in the temple. Super clear.
Yeah, might as well go temple first.
Okay.
I feel like Adele is probably pretty anxious to get her report in.
Okay. You head back to the temple district. Adele knows the way. Probably could go there in her sleep. Like she knows this district like the back of her hand. She's grown up here. She's lived here all of her life. Rarely leaving it, to be honest. Drak, you've kind of orbited this district. It's intimidated you for quite a while. But whatever you're looking for might be inside. So, as Adelle approaches the Temple of the Tempest, do you feel pulled to follow? Or do you go your own way?
I'm gonna go my own way.
So we're gonna cut away. We're gonna follow Adelle for now. The door closes on Drak, and the camera follows Adelle past the throngs of pleasant conversation and people sharing drinks and exchanging money, down the long corridor, flanked with 2 reflecting pools with lotuses floating in them, into the heptagonal meditation chamber, flanked with 3 rows of pews surrounding a center spire with 7 stained glass windows, each representing the main aspects of the Tempest. Adelle, you find an elder in the order. It's kind of, there's not a strict hierarchy. There is a de facto head of the temple, but there's not much power there.
Right.
Because the gods are so active as intercessors, it's not really necessary. They get their orders straight from the top, and everyone kind of accepts it. But you do give your report to what happened, because you were sent to the prison along with
as a
Drak.
magistrate. Yeah.
So, because they thought it would be like a learning experience for you, because you were kind of treading water. You weren't sure about your future, so they thought it would be a good period of growth. So you meet
Definitely grew.
you meet an elder. They say it's a different one than the crotchety old man that you met previously. What is their name?
Oh.
What is your mentor's name?
Feel like her mentor would also be a female because like someone she looked up to as like a second mom growing up.
I believe we kind of touched on this person in the first dream that you had. Maybe.
Yes,
I don't know. It doesn't have to be the same person. It can be. It's up to you.
I'm trying to remember her name.
Or their back could be to the camera, and their identity is not known to people. If you don't want to reveal it quite yet.
Yeah, let's not reveal it quite yet.
Okay, that's fine. So, a voice speaks to you. It says, "So, how'd you do?" It's a kind voice, parent-like.
I think I did okay.
Good. And what did you learn?
I learned there's more at work here than any of us thought. And I learned that not everyone is as receptive to the faith as what I once thought.
An unfortunate truth. I'm glad you have grown.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, I'm grateful for everything that you've taught me and how you've raised me. I feel like the world out there is something so strange and different.
It is.
But
then you must follow your own path. The temple is not a place for you anymore. That much is obvious. You've outgrown this. And growth is good. Remember that.
Adele's like a little sad because I mean it's still her home and this is her primary mum figure, and
Mm-hmm.
there's a part of her that like wants to go back to like the simple days and it wasn't so complicated.
You can always come back here. You're welcome to. You're more than welcome to. But I don't see you as someone who tends to the pools for their entire life. You have greater things for you.
I'll do you proud.
You already have.
And then is she someone I can give my report to? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. I tell her everything. I tell her about Ramiel like visiting and the miracle that he did, and then I tell her about the fog and the dreams that I had about Pally, and I tell her how Pally is like looks like she's like suffering.
Okay. You've experienced more than I had expected. Good. Good. I will think on what you have told me. Do you mention that crystal? You said everything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I tell her.
I don't know what that is. I mean, the other names I'm aware of. I think it is wonderful that you have met Kayak. This crystal perturbs me. I will pray on it. If I get any information, I will let you know.
Thank you. And can I ask her about Mingjing?
You say that name, and she smiles, and then she points up to the stained glass window of the rabbit with the flowers and the trees.
Okay.
That is Mingji. That is the name of the goddess of nature. I'm. If that name was given to you, it means something.
What does it mean?
You are. When you were pledged to Ramiel, Ramiel serves one of those, one of the aspects, the aspect of change. Mingji is the goddess of change. She's more the goddess of nature, but also the god of beneficial change, of medicine and healing. Think on it.
I will.
And scene.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's all I got.
Drak. You watch as Adelle passes into the temple, and you don't follow. Where do you go?
So how does I'm picturing like
This
a
is
square.
back in time. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm picturing like a square. Adele's temple's on like one like point of a triangle.
It's a circle.
Okay.
At like 1 o'clock, is the Temple of the Radiant. At 4 o'clock is the Temple of the Tempest. And at, 7 o'clock is the Temple of the Eidolon. And at 10 o'clock, it's like at 10 o'clock, there's a large open park, large green space.
Okay.
Yeah.
He watches her go into the Tempest Temple, kind of wanders around a little bit, and then finds himself standing and looking up at the Radiant Temple. Wants to go inside, but again, he has those doubts and those hesitations, so he just kind of stands there on the the steps or whatever, the entryway.
You wait there a while. The door opens. An older man in a robe comes out. He notices you. He's carrying a heavy chain of long rectangular links, ornamental but still weighing quite a bit. It hangs across one shoulder down to the opposite hip. He sees you and says, "What are you doing out here? Come on, what? Are you just gonna watch the stone crumble? What you doing?"
I don't know. Something's kind of pulled me here, but I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, you won't. Well, you will keep not knowing if you just stand there. He opens
Let's
the door.
go in then.
Okay. You follow this old monk into the temple and hear the crackling of fire. You expect your eyes to adjust as you're entering a building, but it's just as bright in here as it is outside. 4 long rows of glass panes comprise the ceiling, letting ample sunlight shine into the temple, while rows of countless candles, lit and unlit, line the 2 long walls. At the far end of the temple, in a wrought iron brazier, is a large, uncomfortably bright flame, like burning phosphorus. It casts shadows even in the midday sun. 2 censers hang on either side, smoldering with incense and causing the temple to smell strongly of sage, sandalwood, and smoke. An inscription, chiseled above the brazier in white marble, reads, "Burn away your sins in his resplendence." In front of all of this are 7 sheets of freestanding metal, each with a symbol cut out, letting that bright light cast a shape onto the floor amidst a strip of shadow. From left to right, there is a crown. There is a partially opened fist. There is a feather balanced on a triangle. In the very center, in a plate of iron that is larger than the others, is a circle with 4 rays extending downward. Continuing on, there's a chain binding a skull, a forging hammer, and a shepherd's crook. You see about a dozen people in here, kneeling on rugs in the large, open central space. One person gets up from their rug, rolls it up, and lights one of the multitudes of candles before quietly exiting past you, giving you a polite nod.
I'm sorry. What did he give me?
A polite nod.
Okay. Sorry, just cut out.
Sorry. Drak, you know that the long rectangular chain marks the monk as a priest of Talus, who is the god of noble sacrifice. The monk continues inward. It is quiet in here. You just hear the crackling of flame and the murmurs of prayers barely audible. The monk takes a prayer mat and then takes another from a pile in the back wall, lays them down towards the rear of the temple, between two of the long shadows cast, and beckons you to kneel. What do you do?
So he's in between a couple of the different metal sheets. Does Drak know what any of those mean yet?
You can fairly easily tell that the circle with 4 rays extending downward is the main aspect of the radiant, the sun. The crown probably represents the king, who is recognized as one of the aspects of the radiant. The partially opened fist might be peace through strength. Maybe. Feather balanced on triangle, you're assuming is justice. You're not really sure about the others. Forging hammer could be god of crafts, but you're not sure about that. You thought that that was like the dwarf father's domain.
And what were the ones he was between?
The forging hammer and the chain binding a skull. He's kind of off center.
Well, I'm gonna follow him and kind of hesitantly kneel down next to him.
And he like talks quietly to you. It's not like a place where silence is a problem. It's just people are usually focused on their prayers. But he talks to you in a soft voice. What brings you here? Why do you feel pulled?
Over the last week, I've experienced things that I haven't before, and now I'm looking for answers.
Well, this is as good a place to start as any. Focus on your thoughts. Perhaps something will come to you. I am just a guide. I do not have any answers.
Well, we've experienced... It's almost hard for me to say it, but divine intervention.
Oh, really? He looks at you skeptically. Not many come in here saying that they've met gods. And yet you're still unsure? Even though you say that you've met gods? Why the doubt?
Because I've seeked something for years, and I've never felt anything until now. That's where my doubt comes in. Why now?
Well, that would be something to focus on. Try to find out. But doubt doesn't seem like the right emotion that you should have. It should be curiosity, the opposite of doubt. I'm just an old man. I'll see you around. He gets up, taps your shoulder, rolls up his prayer mat, and leaves. Do you have any final thoughts before this scene ends?
The scene will end with Drak kind of gazing as well as you can into that bright of light, gazing at the big fire in the middle, but not directly at it because I don't want him to go blind.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Cool. So, Poe and Elena and Astra, and Yuri, who are both oddly silent. You're all like in the courtyard, backs to the fountain, watching the birds, commenting on the appearances of certain people walking by. It doesn't take very long. Adelle emerges first, joins up with a party, soon followed by Drak. And you all are back together. Any comments before we go on to what Poe wanted to do?
Instead of being, I don't want to say moody, but Drak is just a little bit more cheerful than what he normally seems. Like he feels like something's better.
Cool. Okay, so, where to?
So many aunties, so little time.
Mhm.
I think we'll go see Ormosa. So, Drak, you're looking rather chipper. I'm gonna need you to fix that. I mean, smile all you want here, but I'm gonna need you to play up the whole imposing endure kind of thing. She'll love it. And probably I'll also do a little illusion to add a few flecks of blood to your armor. Just play it up a bit. Just be yourselves. Be as weird as you want to be, or most will love it.
Do you have a place you usually meet her, or?
I'm going to our house.
Okay.
She doesn't get out much anymore. So we'll travel to a. It's one of those parts of town where it's very old money.
Yeah, there is a section of town like that. It's
Yeah.
Where the market district is on a ridge overlooking the inner sea, and there's like a port section off to the side, higher up, between the temple district and the royal district. So nestled between those districts and the market district, there is like the older section of town where larger houses are and older money sits, and that's where Poe leads to.
Yes. And as we enter that area, I begin to smile and greet people. I will say it's not your passive insights would pick up the fact that I tend to be more genuinely nice to people who are obviously employed. And we'll see some people that I smile very aggressively at. It's very kind of like, it's a little extra, and there's a certain hardness to the eyes. So there are some folks who appear to be rather well-to-do that I'm very ingratiating toward, but you can tell because you're up close that I probably don't have a high opinion of them. But anyway, we approach a lovely townhome. Maybe not the best kept, but clearly very grand. And we'll just traipse on up. Be as weird as you want. Look as dirty and strange as you want. She'll absolutely adore it.
Astra pipes up, says, "Oh boy, I can't wait."
Yes. Well, anyway.
Oh, can I retcon that I changed my robes at the temple?
Sure. To what?
Okay. Just to fresh ones.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sure.
You
That's all.
must. It's fine. But muss up your hair or something. You want to look dangerous and strange. And anyway, so we'll come up and wrap the massive knocker, and I'm going to say a couple of very attractive young men pop up the door.
Mhm.
And I'll just kind of like, out of the way. Ignore them.
Do they know you?
Of course they do.
Okay. Yeah. They give you a look, kind of roll their eyes and step backwards, allowing you
Exactly.
passage.
Right. First of all, they're basically furniture. Pretty to look at, but that's about it. And they do tend to get above their station, don't they, dears? Anyway, move along, get out of the way. I have friends that want to meet Ormosa. So
course,
I will
sir.
traipse them forward. So Ormosa is you can tell probably by her bone structure that she was once strikingly beautiful, maybe a bit severe, but she's probably late 60s, early 70s. Um, and time has not been kind to her. But she does carry herself, although she's seated on a divan. She's not particularly mobile these days. She does just have an air of grandeur about herself. And I will traipse in. Auntie!
Poe, how good of you
Yes,
to see me.
of course. Oh, I knew that you'd be stuck here in this dreary house with all of your dreary manservants. I can't tell them apart.
You brought
Right,
friends.
Yes, they're very odd.
Oh, great.
Those two, I'm not quite sure what they are. He is extremely brave and very dashing, but he's the quiet, kind of the strong, silent type.
Oh
That one's a
my.
monk or something. And this one's
Not a monk.
extraordinarily clever.
Well, what are
She'll
your
probably
names?
rob you blind if you don't keep your eyes on her.
You brought another
Hello.
rogue.
Yes, of course. I know you find them entertaining.
I do. So what are your names? Don't keep me waiting. I'm sure he's already told you all about me.
No, I decided to keep the mystery.
Such a charm.
Well,
You
Hello, ma'am.
the taller one with the white hair.
I'm Adele. It's nice to meet you.
she's a priestess. It's insufferable.
Mm. Forget I asked. Drak. What about you?
Ma'am, Drakane, pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is mine.
How many goblins did you kill, Drak?
Killed goblins.
Yes,
Too many to count.
exactly. It was very revolting. He stood toe to toe with a goblin king.
Oh my.
Yes, it was disgusting and blubbery, and it smelled terrible. He didn't seem to mind, though,
Well, you'll have to tell me all about it later.
of course.
Are you hungry? I could have the servants prepare something.
We just ate at a lovely place down in the market district. It's some dwarven thing. You should definitely get one of your boys to bring you something. But
Mm.
even though we're
She
full,
snaps her fingers like mid whatever you were saying. She snaps her fingers. This way. Come here. This. You were saying. Take note.
yes. So down this lane, by over here, just follow so go bring a lovely bowl. Make sure that they give you the complimentary beer, and also we aren't hungry, but we would like refreshments just to inconvenience you. Chop chop.
That's just like you, Poe.
Of course it is.
Of course. Refreshments for our guests.
Yes.
And servants scurry out of the room.
Oh, this is Yuri. He
Ma'am?
punches things. He's
do.
very good at it.
Oh,
Are you in fact a monk?
I am not.
Oh, okay. Well, what are you then?
He looks at you funny. I punch things. I'm good at it.
Yes, well,
I'm not a monk.
like I said, Auntie, it takes all types. Anyway. Elena, stop looking at the silverware and introduce yourself.
I'm Elena. Hello.
Pleasure.
She's very mysterious.
I can tell.
I know I had to practically bribe her to come along. She's off to do some sort of shady business.
Oh, and what shady business might you be doing?
Well, she won't tell you, will she?
Oh, you can
I
tell
will
me.
not tell
She's very good at keeping secrets.
Oh, so am I. You can tell me anything.
Yeah.
I promise it won't go anywhere.
Auntie knows basically
Mm.
everyone. She literally knows where all the skeletons are buried.
Mm-hmm.
Literal and figurative.
Might have buried a couple myself.
Of course you did. How many times were you married? I mean, not to bring up a sore
That
subject.
would be
but
telling.
yes, you did have a rather unlucky string there. But your house is fantastic. Anyway. And then there's this one who
Hello.
makes glowing mushrooms and turns into weird cows with tentacles. Don't ask.
I'm
She's from another dimension.
Oh, really? And she looks at a couple glowing mushrooms on the floor, growing out of the floorboards. She's like, I see. It's quite interesting. Then Astra
They'll
introduces herself.
They'll fade. Don't worry about it. And then there's poor little me. Anyway, TLDR. We were press ganged by the magistrates and forced to go and deal with a horde of goblins and some sort of tentacle monster with, beak and like, I don't know, 40
It's
or
called a
50.
gherkin.
That's not what it's called.
That's
Anyway.
what Astra said it was called.
Speaking of, the servants are back.
Yes.
The servants
make with
come, having like little worthless little pieces of food. Some gherkins.
Sure. No. You have to let them put the napkin in your lap. It gives them ever so much joy.
Yeah. Please, everyone.
Yes. Lovely canapes. Petit four.
Mm-hmm.
I am quite stuffed, but anyway. So, mounds of dead people. Also goblins.
Well,
Giant beetles that turned out to be friendly. And a tentacle monster with a thing that's not called a gherkin, but it's something like that. It's all very, very revolting. Oh, and we own a copper mine now.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. You
How
don't
did
know the something something family.
Oh, I have heard of them. The daughter is doing very well.
Yeah, she seems smart. You should send them condolences because their son is quite dead.
They had a son?
I know, right? Well, that's how we came into possession of the mine. He failed and then died, and now it's ours.
Odd. I don't remember ever hearing son.
Well, there was a reason he was out in the copper mine, out in the Crescent, isn't there?
Suppose. That would make sense.
He wasn't very good at copper mining, I'm afraid.
You don't have to be good at copper mining to own a copper mine.
I know. But anyway, Adelle has become something of a expert in
really?
copper mining. Yes, in addition to being holier than thou. So,
how droll.
I think we're going to exactly. I think we're going to I don't know. I suppose eventually one must always settle down, and becoming a copper magnate is as good as anything else. At least
There's
for a
good
moment
money in
until it
that.
becomes boring. Yes. But first, we're on a mission.
If you ever would like an investor, perhaps start up things, I might know someone.
I'm sure you do. Finder's fee.
Of course. That's how these things work.
Yes. as long as they're horribly gullible. Preferably someone with lots of money who couldn't tell copper ore from dung.
She just smiles at you.
Just think about it. Put the word out.
I will.
I mean, I'm never one to hide my light under a bushel, and, letting certain people know of our good fortune might, shake loose some opportunity for some of your stupider friends. Anyway, but we have a super secret mission. Before then, we must go and join the Adventurers Guild.
Why would you do something dangerous like that? Poe, you should just stay in town.
I know, but
So interesting. It would be such a waste for you to go adventuring. Although I
But then
do love your stories.
I go on an adventure and I come back with all sorts of fascinating things. By the way, the little halfling man that owns the magic shop will try to fleece you. We sold,
Fareed?
very interesting.
Fareed? Yes, I
Yes.
am aware.
Yes, good. Well, anyway, but he's also very easy to cow.
That
All you have to
I
do is
did
show a bit of
not know.
spine, and all you have to do is show a bit of spine, and he'll give you really good deals. Mention my name, or tell one of your
I will.
boys to do that.
I will.
And for your next Ladies Who Lunch, there is a brand new stall operated by an almost incomprehensible gnome woman. The food is practically toxic. It's actually quite good, but it's so spicy. Can you imagine the look on their faces when you feed it to them and just watch them sweat and pretend to
That
smile?
would be something.
Yes, exactly. And the good news is it sticks with you for several days.
I've never liked gnomes or their food, but that would be very funny.
Yes, it's worth it. Definitely schedule a luncheon with some of your lady friends like the day before a fancy ball. You can just watch their discomfort.
I can imagine.
Yes. Anyway, well, it's been lovely, Auntie dear.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for stopping by, and pleasant to meet all of you.
And I'm serious about finding some of your stupid friends with lots of money.
I was serious as well about the finder's fee.
Excellent. You need more manservants. What is it down to? 14? Maybe that finder's fee will buy you a couple more.
Well, if you hadn't scared the last couple off.
Well, at least I'm good for something. Anyway, fantastic seeing you again, dear. Mwah. All right, show's over.
Okay. The party is let away. The door slams behind you.
I will say
probably
I
a
stay,
manservant slammed it, but
yeah, I stay behind a little bit. Like as I'm shooing you
Sure.
out, I do turn back, and there's a moment of genuine, like just a silent look of like genuine affection.
she returns it.
Once all eyes are off, just kind of going, "It is good to see you."
And you too.
But adventure awaits.
Be safe. But not too
Not
safe.
likely. Right. The big one's very good at protecting people, so I'm kind of relying on that to come in when things get hairy. But anyway, fingers crossed. Bye.
Ta.
I yell back, Poe, there's something shiny over here.
Oh, good lord. You can't take them anywhere. Bye.
So the party regroups outside of this townhouse. It's a nice one.
Next time we'll go visit Ina. She's terrifying.
Astra. Sorry. Yuri speaks up next and says, I should probably go back to and tell some of Marsilius's friends that he's not here anymore. I have held up the rest of my bargain. I did look for him. Not my fault he's dead, I guess. Still trying to wrap my head around that. But yeah, you guys are welcome to tag along while I head this way. And
I'm happy to.
if you guys want to, you follow him. To a very upper class establishment. It's It's modeled after a traditional inn, but it's for when the elite want a taste of the common folk. Kind of a way to fake slumming it. It's called the Lonely Thrush, and Poe, you would know of this place.
For sure. I
for-
am fake slumming it.
For
That's my
a
entire
couple
shtick.
reasons, you'd know of this place. Not only is it like a higher class establishment that even the king sometimes visits, maybe like once or twice a year, but it's also home to a guild of bards called the Cantare. They are extremely prestigious artisans and entertainers, and they kind of have this place as their base of operations. The owner, proprietor, and bartender used to be their leader. So like, the Cantare might be something Poe aspires towards.
Probably not.
Possibly, because they having their token, which is a canary yellow handkerchief, embroidered with a bird on it. That, even just flashing it, can get you into places just by showing it without like invitation. They are known to host and perform for heads of state. They are frequently considered or hired as temporary ambassadors to distant countries. Yeah, they're they come in all shapes and forms. But yeah, this is their kind of home base. And here he says, "Okay, come on in. They'd want to know." And Elena, you wanted to do something before you split with the party. What would that be?
Yeah. While we're going wherever we're going, I want to kind of pull Poe aside. Poe, I need to go talk to someone, but, well, you know how I'm the treasurer, right? So I want to be the treasurer, but I just need you to hold on to the treasury for me until I get back.
Sure.
So she pulls out a pouch, and this is the bag I'm keeping the treasury in, and she hands it to you, and she says, hold on," and she pulls out another bag, and she takes out about 200 gold, and she puts that in the treasury bag, and she says, that some of that is mine, okay, but I just want you to hold on to it for me.
Sure.
Back.
No problem. You don't want to go walking around where. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna, but you'll be safe, right?
Yeah.
Try harder to convince me.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Just
All right.
need to confront someone, sort of.
If you need someone who can kill people with insults, you know where I am.
Of course.
I'm always happy to do it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So, as Elena walks away from the party towards the poorer section of town, the rest of you enter the Lonely Thrush. And that's where we're going to call it for tonight. Now we need to ask those questions that we do every time. Ideals, bonds, and flaws. Adelle, Did any of your character descriptions complicate or make roleplay more interesting? This was kind of a light session to like for rolling dice, so it's okay if a lot of these didn't
I
come up.
don't know if it complicated that much, to be fair.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of tension this episode.
Mhm. Apparently, Poe's auntie doesn't like religion just as much as Poe doesn't.
No one does, dear.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
but I don't know much.
nothing.
Yeah.
And your goal, I'd say you progressed it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean,
Or rather,
I talked to both Callie and my
I'd say you
mentor about
completed
it.
it because you got a direct answer.
Yeah, it's true. The fact that it gets
If
just
you
the
if
right
you
person in the right time.
if you want to like ask another question, a more specific one, you can make a new goal. But I'm gonna say the current goal of figuring out why you were chosen is completed.
Okay.
Because you
I'll
were
think about
told
it.
that you're not really special. It's just you have power. And that power can be used for good.
Mm.
Cool.
Yep.
Astra wasn't here. Drak. Ideals, bonds, and flaws.
Wasn't really an opportunity. Um, laying down, you know, defending others. The bonds. I'm willing to protect all my companions. There again wasn't a lot of
Mm.
opportunity to do that, but he's growing in making stronger bonds with the
Yep.
companions.
And
Uh,
like if you feel like a new bond could better represent your character, that would be something we could talk about. Like for, not just for Drak, but for anyone.
Yeah.
So like swap them out, make a new one.
okay. Flaws. He skirts around his flaw, so he's still keeping it secret on why he feels the way he feels. So
I'm gonna say you don't get any because nothing. I mean,
yeah, there wasn't really
maybe
much.
maybe one for hesitating outside of the temple. Poe, do you want to mention something?
I think that in the vein of self-sacrifice, not necessarily directly like protecting someone's life, but in the vein of self-sacrifice for others, the gift of your father's flute was very much in line with that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
did too.
yeah. If anyone else has like recommendations at any time, like this is the time to bring them up because sessions can be people can forget things. But yeah, that 2 points then. 'Cause that was kind of a big story moment.
He's narrowing down into this goal of becoming a fully fledged paladin. So
Yep.
not quite there yet, but getting there.
Yep. That was a big character moment that I completely forgot. I'm sorry. Um, as for your goal, what is your new power? I'm gonna say you progressed it. You're not really sure yet. You haven't gotten an answer, but I'd say you progressed it. Elena.
Uh, okay, so my bonds are changing.
Which is also cool.
Yeah, I'm really nervous. Um, okay, yeah. So also, I have a new progression. I just need a lot of money, and then I'll be okay temporarily. There's also this like feeling of like I want to be okay without having some kind of enchantment, but also
Yeah.
wow, magic is kind of cool, cooler than I originally thought it was. Um, yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm
say you progressed your goal of finding a cure.
Yeah.
Because you haven't actually cured it yet. Your ideals, bonds, and flaws didn't really come up this session a whole lot.
Mm. I feel like I trust Poe a bit more.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Um,
True.
yeah.
And you demonstrated that by literally knowing that you need money and at least temporarily handing over money.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there was that little story beat between the two of you about thanking.
Yep.
So does everyone feel like 1 or 2 would be? Because 2 is like there was like a considerable effort, a considerable story beat. And I don't want to like shortchange you experience, but if it doesn't feel right,
Is there half points?
Well, how meaningful to Elena is asking someone to hold her gold? Because it could
that's
be like
question.
that's not a big deal, or it could be like a really big deal.
The only person I trusted at all is Paris, and up until probably like a few days ago, Elena was waffling between like trying to keep all the money and and just yeah. So there's been a lot of thinking. There's been a lot of thinking.
So it was kind of eventful.
Yes, it was eventful to Elena.
Okay. So even though like not a whole lot was happening like on screen, it was very meaningful for the character. That's 2 points.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, honestly, I think the most transformative experience was receiving the flute and then not
Being snarky.
Yeah. And like trying for I mean it lasted 5 seconds before the inevitable quip came out, but like literally trying in that moment to like oh, maybe don't minimize this. Right? Which is really I think more out of respect for Drak than anything else, but and kind of a little bit of a sense of what that feels like, having had a similar experience recently. So I think that was probably again a very small moment, but
It still
that was
counts.
meaningful for him.
Yeah.
And he's, I think, accidentally decided by like intending not to think, like not thinking about things, which is different than the norm. To say, nope, we're going to become adventurers and we're going to get a bunch of money. We're going to fix this problem, and then we're going to work through all these different problems until eventually we can solve the big problems.
Yep, that's those are your ideals. You're loyal to your friends.
Yes.
And also, never tell the whole truth, and a half truth will do. You kind of lied to the magistrate. Straight
Of course.
up.
Of course.
So yeah, I'd say 2 points. Because like not just one thing, but a couple things came up during the session that were impactful. Cool.
Yeah.
And
I'm doing my best to do the whole I'm suspicious, but I'm not suspicious of these people. I may be suspicious of their choices and the things that they believe in, but I'm like not
you're starting to
reading
trust.
in. I'm not I'm not reading ulterior motives in.
Cool.
I don't know if Adele understands what our ulterior motives are.
Well, yes. That's probably why I don't read them.
I'm also going to say, Poe, that you progressed your goal.
Yep.
Because you spread your name out there a little bit.
Yes. Cat amongst the pigeons a bit. See what falls. Shake the tree and see what falls out.
Yep.
And just so you're clear, you probably picked up on it. Very much going to the socially connected busybody aunt, not the one that has more money, is very much about getting the word out through the
Yep.
grapevine, just in case a certain individual might have ears to the ground
I've picked up on that.
as a message.
Yeah, I've picked up on that. Cool.
Which means
So-
I might be assassinated next week, but that's fine.
So, did we learn something new or important about the world?
The fathomless.
Fathomless, yep.
Yes.
Yeah, the fathomless, but also that that Callie is not as like she's struggling. She's having a rough time of it.
A bit.
That seems rather important. Because if she's like the bulwark against the serpent of the abyss, like we should probably do something to help her out.
Is he the servant of the abyss, or is he just the abyss?
I said serpent.
Serpent, yes, serpent of the abyss. So kind of like the embodiment, not
Yeah,
servant.
that's what I said. Serpent.
Oh, I thought he said serpent. Never mind.
No, serpent.
Yeah. You know.
Snake. The hiss of the abyss.
We also, by not learning anything about the crystal, have learned that there's even something.
Yeah.
Beyond.
It's
yeah.
not just a trinket, is what you
Mhm.
learned.
Well, I mean, it floats of its own accord. I think that was apparent, but
I mean, it
It's
could
not-
have been an Ioun stone. It's not.
it's something more
Mhm.
important. Maybe.
Yep.
Or maybe it's just weird.
It's an infinity stone.
Oh no. We're gonna collect all of them. And then Poe's gonna snap.
Too late. Already done.
Mhm.
It would be Poe.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
My
Okay,
list
my
isn't
new-
exactly 50% of all living creatures in the universe, but it's
Yeah.
fairly long.
Yeah. I think it would be funny if my new goal is to make Poe like me.
You're welcome to try.
That would be a difficult goal.
No, I could find you very likable if you just made some changes.
So, does anyone want to talk about the session a little bit? Anything like player-wise? Like I personally really enjoyed this. There was a lot of lore, there was a lot of character development this session. There wasn't a whole lot of tension, but it doesn't always need it. It was a shopping
Nice.
episode after all.
I enjoyed it.
Oh.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Preferable to slogging through monster guts.
Mhm.
Not just as a character, but I think it's more. I don't know if it's more interesting to watch, but it's certainly more interesting to play.
Yeah.
Because you have to think about stuff. It's different than, do I go over here? What spell do I cast? Who's flanking what? It's a very different part of the mind. It's a more empathetic experience because
Mhm.
you're interacting with your character and other people's characters like people,
Yeah.
not just like trying to figure out how many hit points something has.
I do think that you do need the slogging through monster guts to appreciate the intrigue in old ladies.
You certainly need threat.
Yeah.
I mean, I like slogging through monster guts. It's exciting, but I also like stories and like feeling like I'm in the middle of a book or a movie.
Very happy
Well,
to hear
and
that.
and dealing with the Fathomless was a combat, sort of,
Yeah.
right?
It's conflict.
There were high stakes. There was potential for loss of life, potential for injury. There was actual injury. But think, especially at low level, having combat encounters or conflict that doesn't boil down to ACs and hit points means you can have more interesting bad guys.
Yeah, for sure. for sure.
Or you just destroy us, right? Because that's less fun.
We beat a gherkin.
Yeah,
You
you
did.
just saddle us with an ancient god in our head, sending us dreams.
You're the one who told him your name.
Well, I was hard pressed.
In
In the
Infernal.
moment.
It was this is why you're never supposed to tell the whole truth.
That's why
And
you're
I
never
was
supposed
right.
to tell your name to a demon.
I know.
Yeah, that seems a little bit of a bad idea.
It's fine. I know his name too. It won't do any good, but it makes me feel
I
better.
was gonna say that doesn't really do you much.
It makes me
Yeah.
feel better.
But yeah, this is part of the main story that I've had in my head for over a decade. Specifically Duhazine. Pulling from different mythologies. Serpents are a common thread. Serpent of smoke. The biblical serpent. The Jormungandr. The world eater. Also, that Jormungandr plays nicely with the whole god of the world kind of deal. There's a nice parody there. Yeah. I'm excited for you all to learn more.
I am too.
Well, I'm just saying, if when we level up I become a warlock of the abyss, don't be too surprised.
I do not play all warlocks the same.
Yes.
Certain patrons are dangerous and don't expect to live very long.
I know, but still.
Because like Adelle's patron is benevolent, if a bit forceful. Ramiel
He knows
honestly,
what he wants.
yeah, he honestly has your best interest at heart, and is willing to give a bit of his power. If you went with the fathomless, you would be a tool. In the moment you are not useful, you would be discarded.
Yes.
But
it would be a direct path to burning everything down.
True.
Is that your goal, to burn everything down?
I mean, not everything, just lots of things.
And you thought I was chaotic.
Oh no, there's nothing chaotic about it. It's very planful. But because you guys are so nice, I don't think Poe is anywhere near desperate enough to pull that kind of maneuver. But for player knowledge, it's in there. Like if things got tough.
Also, the Fathomless is a patron already in D&D.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So I kind of tied it together. Yeah.
Probably not going to do it, but that's fine.
It would be if you went that way. It would either be the Fathomless or the Fiend.
Yeah.
You don't really have a choice if you go Warlock, your patron is the one you choose. Not like it's not like paladins. Like Drak could be a paladin of conquest of any of the deities, honestly. But like if you're being a warlock of Duhazine, you gotta choose the Fathomless or maybe the Fiend. I could be convinced, but like you're not going to be a Hexblade.
Oh no. Maybe next level.
Which is surprisingly close. A couple more sessions.
Yep.
But yeah. I hope everyone has a great night. Before we go, let's do some shoutouts. Which I forgot last time because I'm a dummy. Waffles, go.
Oh, I'm Insert Waffles. I stream from time to time when I have time, and I do in fact take forks in outlets when I am not being a nurse full time. So yeah, I hope everyone's having a good night and you stay happy and healthy until we see you again.
Pat, what about you?
Hello, Patrick O'Malley. Pat, I don't stream yet, but yeah,
Okay.
stay healthy, everybody.
This is the time where you have a little bit more ad space to shout out one of your sponsors if you get any in the future.
Valvoline.
Sounds
Come
great.
on, come on, get Wendy's. I
Ketchup
love
chips.
Wendy's.
Timidly.
Hello, I'm Kanisha. I am a witch and an artist, and I stream here on Twitch. And you can find me Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Also, right now, I do happen to have my art commissions open if you're interested. Okay, that's it.
Where can people find that?
You can either message me, DM me through any of my platforms, or email me at timidcloverdesigns@gmail.com. It's a different because it's art related, so it's under my
Gotcha.
Timid Clover name. So
Zero. Last but not least.
Well, first go hop on those commissions. That's a fantastic opportunity. So I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or whatever. You can follow me on Twitter at Zero with a Zero Daylight. Next up on Thursday we have Star Trek Pioneer second session, which
Good
should be
show.
an awesome amount of fun because there's going to be bad stuff that happens to them. And then Sunday morning, we have the second part of those meddling kids where more bad stuff's going to happen to the players. Sunday night, and those are both at C Plus Content on Twitch. And then on Sunday night, we're going to try to play D&D
What?
over at Juices TV and Lissa T. Although I will say last session was something. It wasn't D&D. It was real absurd and strange.
Yeah.
But whatever, we'll see what happens this time. And then next Tuesday, super excited. The fantastic Hell Hath Some Fury is going to kill all of us in a game of 10 candles.
Yay. It's a good game.
We all know we're going to die.
Well, I hope everyone has a wonderful night, and I'll see all of you next Wednesday with a special guest. It's confirmed.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Mhm.
Very exciting.
Should be fun.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.